I got my audio effects. Let's see. What's this? The gospel, church organ snoring. Yep. We got Jeopardy. Suspends generally. Yeah. Okay. We're looking good. We got the air horn. Are we ready? Is it top of the hour? It's top of the hour. Let's do it. They'll be in here
Let's go, Captain.
momentarily.
I'm back.
There's Cheryl. Welcome back, Cheryl. So we've got the top news stories at this very moment, as determined by what tech news links are being shared the most on Twitter at this very moment. So the most shared link at this very moment is the Amazon Q2 revenue report, where of 113 billion, which is under the estimate. The market, the teacher, thought they were going to do 115 billion. So they came in just 2 billion shy. I mean, what's a couple billion, Cal? In one quarter. Jesus, man. These guys do such incredible numbers. It's like bigger than most countries, you know?
Yeah, numbers have gone astronomical. It's just unfathomable.
They're making more. It's just unbelievable. So yeah, so when you come in with less revenue for the past 3 months than the market was expecting, your stock goes down. That's how that game works. It's real simple. You did your book report for the teacher in front of the class, and you didn't read the whole book. You read 90% of the book. And yep, your stock's going to go down. And indeed, the stock has gone down. And it's going to get trickier for them on the e-commerce front now with social commerce ramping up. Because, I mean, it's real simple. You are Cal, how much of that 113 billion were you responsible for this quarter? At least one, right? So yeah. So, but we're all responsible for it. We're all buying stuff on Amazon, and the point is, in the next quarter, it's very likely when Instagram and TikTok and Snapchat and WhatsApp and YouTube and Twitter all have their buy buttons active, which we've seen the screenshots. They've made the announcements. We've read the headlines. When those buttons are active and you can buy, and Twitter just showed their screenshot, 48 hours ago. They've all shared their screenshots in the last week, basically. So we know this stuff is going to come on. They're beta testing it as we speak. And when it goes live, it's going to initially eat some of your Amazon purchases, but the initially for the first, quarter or 2 or 3, what you're going to see in Instagram and TikTok and YouTube is content that you weren't actually explicitly actively searching for. It's going to be products that, that looks nice. Oh shit, impulse purchases, which is called passive consumption, right? You're going to passively be like, those shoes look good. Okay, sure. I'll buy those. And there's 2 types of buying: passive buying, which is like window shopping. And then there's active buying, which is like, I need to go buy X. I'm going to get in my car and go buy it. I'm going to go to 3 different shops and find who has the best quality or the best price. And I'm going to buy this. I know I need it. I actually need it. That's called active intent, which is very different from passive. But God knows we do both, right? So the point is that the social commerce is initially going to be passive shopping, right? Not stuff you're proactively searching for. However, I would estimate with around 3 quarters from now, 4 quarters from now, a year from now, it will be active, where you'll be able to do a search on TikTok, on Instagram, on YouTube, on Snapchat, on all of the social platforms, and be able to find the content that the products that you want to buy as a straight up alternative to Amazon, because Amazon is largely active. When you initially go to Amazon, it's because you're not going there to browse like window shop. You're going there because there's something you want to buy, and then you get there and they convert you, and they sell you the thing you actively were searching for. And then they convert you into a passive buyer by saying, here's some other stuff that you might be interested in that other people who bought the first thing. So that's a very clever move on their part, where they're shifting you from your active intent into passive shopping. And, supermarkets do this too. You went in to buy whatever you needed, and then at the checkout stand, there's batteries and gum and all the stuff that you didn't go in to buy, but it's there as you're waiting to check out, and you end up throwing some of that stuff in your cart. Same point. So the social shopping isn't going to kill Amazon right away, because they're focusing on the passive discovery of shopping. But give it another year, and they'll add the search bar, and then you're searching. That's active intent, and that's directly competitive with Amazon. And the problem is the content in YouTube, for example, is just far superior to reviewing, to getting a preview of the product you're contemplating purchasing. Amazon is quite lacking. It's almost like Craigslist in its arcaneness, and it's kind of it's a very aged interface. You really don't get a good sense for what this product is, because it's generic stock photos of this product. And in YouTube, it's just a much more real, here's the actual cardboard box that got delivered to my front door. Let's open that up first. Okay, now here's the actual product box. Okay, it's saran wrapped. Okay, let's open that. And let's open the whole product. And it comes, here's all the accessories it comes with. And here's the settings. And let's turn it on. Let's see if it works right away. Okay, it needs batteries. Oh, I didn't know that. Okay, it's just vastly superior in every possible way. So Amazon's going to have their hands real full, and Amazon is going to have to start doing those videos just like YouTube is doing, or lose those sales to YouTube, because you're going to the buy button is going to be right there in YouTube. And the other question is, who's going to do a better job of notifying you when there's something that you probably want to buy right now? Like, who's better at doing that? Recommending content to you, whether it be media content, audio content, video content, or physical goods content, physical content that you purchase. So I would say Google's pretty fantastic at recommending. YouTube's pretty good at recommending video content. Spotify's fantastic at recommending audio content. TikTok's fantastic at recommending video content in short form. YouTube's good in long form. Who's going to be the best in recommending content around things to buy? Amazon's not really that great at that. So they're going to have to get, they have the resources. God knows they got the resources to do it. But they're really good at recommending additional purchases after the fact, but they're not. This is why they have Alexa. Alexa is going to be listening to everything that you're saying and try and figure out what you're likely to buy next. Make no mistake about that. Make no mistake about why there's a microphone in your house called Alexa. The main way to monetize that is to figure out, based on your conversations, what you're likely to buy next, and then recommend it to you when you log into Amazon. The problem is Amazon as this destination is not a destination you have a habit of going to until you actually want to buy something, where YouTube, Instagram, TikTok, all of the social media platforms, you're going there anyways. You're already there anyways. Oh, and by the way, we also have a microphone in your pocket, in your phone, or in your house in a device, and we can heard what you said to your partner yesterday about your hemorrhoids, and so here's hemorrhoids cream. So that's what it is. Google's fantastic at that. And what I'm trying to do when I do this rant is figure out who's going to take over, given their strengths. They all have different strengths, but who's going to be able to know when you're likely to want something and recommend it to you, and have the delivery network available, because the delivery systems, it's one thing to buy it, it's another thing to have it arrive at your house. Amazon's got the delivery. Google's working on that as well with Waymo, with the autonomous vehicles. And make no mistake about that, the taxis is nice, but and if you don't have an autonomous delivery network delivering all of these e-commerce things all day long, based on autonomous vehicles, you're going to be screwed. Tesla's also doing it. Google's in a good spot, and I think Shopify needs to get into that delivery aspect as well somehow, that part of the logistics chain.
So Tyler,
yeah,
if I can add, because I love this rant,
yeah.
and it's a great rant. I don't know who the big guys are going to win from this, right? But what I can say is I'm working with a startup, and you said two key things. One is who's going to help you know what you need before you know you need it, right? And that's going to involve a lot of AI and a lot of data and a lot of trust in a company, and that's going to be a big company that's key to your ecosystem, like Amazon having the Alexa and OK Google and stuff. The other side of it is where the startup is coming at, which is they believe search is broken and they believe that the trust in when you buy something is broken. So do you remember personal shopping? In the days when you could walk in and someone would be there to literally walk you around a bricks and mortar store?
Yep.
Well, this company's working on social commerce of a digital version of personal shopping where you might say, I need a watch, a suit, a handbag, a pair of shoes. And through social networks, professional shoppers, that they're not influencers. So they're not paid by brands to get the brands in your hands. Instead, they're paid by you for you to go shopping. So in other words, they will do all the legwork, they'll do all the research and pitch back videos back to you. So like in China, when you do live streaming, this is kind of like, well, I've got these 5 things that match up to what you're looking for. And then you pay for that service of personal shopping, which I thought was quite unique.
Aaron, I think that's really interesting. And, it's kind of funny because I don't even know how I stumbled upon this particular job announcement, but Amazon is actually hiring personal shoppers who have a background in fashion. So it sounds like they're trying to stay in touch with kind of where the competition, the smaller, startups are headed, because I thought that's really interesting because it reminded me of, to your point, a service that department stores would provide 10, 20 years ago. And Tyler, as I listened to you, I had a different question come to mind, and I would just be really curious to know how Amazon sales breaks down in terms of category, because I would suspect that fashion would be a category that will do really well in social commerce, just based on my own experience. But then, maybe grocery or some of the other categories that Amazon, has major stakes in, it's going to take a little bit more time. And so it would just be really interesting to see how it all shakes out. Just because Amazon is such a diversified business, I think that they're going to win in some areas, and then they're going to, they're going to face stiff competition in others.
Yeah. Well, we saw how it played out in China. Like Pinduoduo is just, in terms of growth, they've caught up. They went from zero. Basically, China has something similar to Amazon called Alibaba, roughly. And then Pinduoduo came out with social commerce, and 5 years later surpassed Amazon's or Alibaba. And so imagine a startup coming out right now today, and 5 years later surpasses Amazon, and that's social commerce. That's what Pinduoduo is. So it's the same thing could happen here if Amazon doesn't make the necessary changes to become more social commerce themselves.
Well, finally, for the first time in over 20 years, somebody's really going to take it to them from a shopping experience perspective. And it's been just amazing how they've grown such a monstrous business with the worst frickin' shopping experience, right? So Aaron, that startup is onto something for sure. But Lakeisha, it's slicing and dicing the categories is really important to kind of understand which categories are going to pop initially, because some goods just take a lot more research. So some of those other aspects of kind of diving in deep on a higher ticket item, that's going to be part of the UX challenge of the rise of some of these other more experience-rich, alternative social and things like that.
Lakeisha, not sure exactly about Amazon, but in general, e-commerce categories, the top ranking is clothing, followed by shoes, followed by consumer electronics, and then books, cosmetics, bags, food, blah, 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 blah. So yes, like you said, the fashion for girls.
But here's something to sorry, David. Here's something to consider just to add on top of Cheryl's point. When this company looked at it, and personal shopping, you're absolutely right, Lakeisha. It was back in the days of department stores, but it was typically more the high end department stores. It was typically more the high end products, and so when you think about where there's perhaps a bit more margin involved, you think of the likes of vacations. You think of the likes of interior decorating, furniture, high-end fashion. So you don't kind of think of maybe the high street retail stores that sell fashion at a lower premium, a lower kind of margin rate, but you think where there's more money being spent by the consumer, plus also margin in the actual product or service being sold. And I think there's a niche point there. So I think it's going to be interesting to see the different ends of the spectrum. The Pinduoduo and the Amazon market places that will have volume, and then the personal shopping experience digitized, perhaps where there's less volume but more higher end on products and services.
And just the flip side of that, there's the slice and dice and the segmentation on the categories and prioritizing them, but also the suppliers, right? Amazon competes yet another way that they've been violating antitrust. Obviously, is competing with their suppliers. They'll just like pop up and start to compete with them directly, and that's going to be interesting because when you're talking about an influencer, a social influencer, you're going to hopefully probably see lots of Etsy-like types of products, right? I'm sure there's a bunch of influencers that are, selling their own things, but that's going to be kind of another dynamic is just how these new mega platforms, how they treat the suppliers.
Okay. So that's Amazon, and a couple other sub headlines, because there's just every big tech publications talking about the Amazon reports. And in a filing, Amazon disclosed that the EU privacy regulators levied a record $888 million fine, nearly $1 billion fine, for violating GDPR data storage rules in a July 16th decision. So just about a week ago, Luxembourg watchdog wields new powers with highest data fine. Fine follows probe based on complaint by a French privacy group that Amazon's not complying with GDPR. And how's about $1 billion fine sound? Thank you, Amazon, for supporting the EU. Here's your bill. Amazon also reports one area where they are seeing a lot of growth, up 83% year over year, is its ad business and subscription services and the like. So they are growing in other areas, and their cloud is actually growing, I think, even faster than Microsoft's and maybe on par with Google's. That's a huge battle for the cloud. And those are the three big players. But then the next biggest article is that the SEC, Security Exchange Commission, has, and they control everybody on all the stock markets, basically, has stopped processing IPOs and other registrations by Chinese companies as it crafts guidance for investors' disclosures over China's crackdown. The U.S. Securities and Exchange Commission has stopped processing registrations of U.S. IPOs for Chinese companies. And simultaneously, China orders 25 tech companies, including Alibaba and Tencent, to do internal inspections to rectify issues from data security to consumer rights protections. And the Wall Street Journal's headline at the moment is China's crackdown on its tech giants could backfire, leaving Beijing with a seriously damaged consumer sector and slow-growing chip and robotics companies. And we had David Chang in here when we met last time about 7 hours ago, who gave us a fantastic deep dive, as only he really can, about what's really going on there with all of this data crackdowns. And he used a metaphor of Caesar, which was not liked by kind of the wealthy in Rome, but was kind of an emperor of the people. And it's a bit populist, and it's addressing he's focusing on very incredibly long-term, very, very big social issues. And he's not, if you might need to break a few eggs to make an omelet, to summarize his very beautiful rant, essentially. But hopefully those of you got to hear it can reflect on what you thought of David's take on it. But that's no more Chinese IPOs, and it seems like China's absolutely just fine with that. I think they want them on the Hong Kong Stock Exchange. It might be kind of, the feeling might be mutual in that case. But I'll pause there. Anyone want to make a quick comment on that before we go into the next one?
Yeah, can I jump in?
Yeah,
this is Vinay.
Hey, Vinay.
Yeah, I think one of the really interesting things from the morning conversation which you shared was it sort of reiterated the China fifth plan that they have, which is to take control of all the factors of production. So they've done data, and he kind of indicated real estate, right? That the next big possible crackdown is on real estate listed companies. And I just checked on the US stock market. There's about 10 Chinese real estate companies that are listed in the US market. Mm-hmm. So that's potential shorting opportunities.
Right. Yeah. We actually, when the whole session ended, David and I and Cal did some DMing about, because he predicted, what we were trying to figure out is if one of the key issues is, getting the birth rate kind of back in order where it's in decline and kind of turning that around. What else might they need to crack down on? And one of the things is real estate in a very big way, because the education has gotten a little too pricey where parents don't feel, that's certainly a friction to one of the biggest financial frictions of having kids is, educating them. And then also housing. You need an extra room in the house. And that's very at this moment, a real tight pickle in many big Chinese cities. And so we're likely to see some big real estate type of crackdowns. And David was kind to even name some names that are publicly traded on the U.S., as you just said, Vinay. So we'll compare notes. But I noticed Yang Xiao is raising his hand, and he happens to be the vice mayor of Fremont, California, which is the home of Tesla factory.
I saw that.
Yeah.
Come on up, sir.
And I hopefully you can join. Hey, Yang, are you on stage? There he is. Welcome, sir. I spent quite a bit of time in Fremont, and I have very fond memories of it, as one of my longtime partners, girlfriend, is Chinese and was born and raised in she was born in Bangkok, believe it or not, but was raised in Fremont and still lives in Fremont with her Chinese parents and all of their siblings near Lake Elizabeth. And I used to run around Lake Elizabeth on the weekends and go to the movie theater and the little Starbucks there right off the main road in the shopping mall there. And lovely town you have there, sir. And one of the important parts of Silicon Valley is Fremont. Like a lot of the talent that works at LinkedIn and Yahoo and all the big tech companies, Google, you name it, Facebook, they a lot of them live in Fremont, and they commute every day either over the bridge or around down to San Jose. So that's really the heart and soul, kind of the home of Silicon Valley in many ways. So it looks like, and you have a very impressive bio here, sir. So would love to hear your thoughts on, as you had your hand raised there.
Oh, thank you, Tyler. I always enjoy your game, and I always would like to hear what all the moderators and speakers talk about the current economy, especially the Sino-U.S. relationship in economy. And I share a lot of your thoughts about the trends, especially on the Chinese regulatory efforts recently on education industry and potentially in the future in the real estate market. And I'm very glad to introduce Fremont as the happiest city in the U.S. And on this Friday morning, I also would like to wish all of you a happy weekend.
Oh, thanks. Well, that doesn't surprise me, because the economy of Fremont really must be booming. It goes right along with tech, because you must have an incredible percentage of the population of Fremont works in tech industry, and they're very well, very decent paid individuals. And so, that Fremont is kind of growing right along with the boom that's happening in tech and the salaries. And by the way, there used to be, an unspoken rule between Apple and Google and the other, Facebook, that they would not steal talent from each other, and that kept the salaries a bit artificially low. But that seems to be breaking. So now salaries, I think, are going to go up. So now that they are able to steal talent from each other, they're going to be making higher and higher offers. And so it doesn't surprise me. You have a really lovely place there, and it's an amazing mix of Chinese and Indian. Just from my perspective when I was there, but that was many years ago. But to see at times you feel like it's this amazing mix of China and India right in Northern California. It's quite amazing.
And Afghanis.
Yeah, and the food's fantastic. My goodness, if you want the best kind of international food, you could do much worse than hanging around Fremont.
Yeah, the annual household income on average is about $130,000. And we have not only Tesla, but as you know, we also have Facebook campus in northern Fremont. And we also have Boehringer Ingelheim as one of the largest pharmaceutical manufacturers in Fremont. So we try to brand ourselves as the city of advanced manufacturing facilities, and we're continuing to attract all big and small businesses, especially in the new energy or clean energy area.
Yep. Well done. Well, keep up the good work.
Is it relatively safer than the other parts of U.S. in California?
Yeah,
other parts of California?
Fremont's crazy safe. Yeah.
Oh, great.
Yeah. It's a lovely town. It's just feels like it's very it's America, but it's just it's a suburb where people live.
Best Indian food in the Bay Area.
Yeah. Oh,
right, sir?
No doubt. Yeah.
Mr. Yang, it's best Indian food, right? And Chinese, and such a diverse community.
The people in Cupertino might argue the Chinese food with you, but the Indian food.
Oh no, that's fair.
You probably get Fremont, yeah.
Yeah, we enjoy authentic Chinese and Indian food in Fremont. That is because over 60% of our residents are from Asian countries, with Indians and Chinese the majority. So we love this diverse community, and that's why on the current city council we have 3 ethnic Chinese and 1 ethnic Indian members. Counting for over majority of the city council. The current mayor is American-born Chinese, Lily May, and with her leadership, the city has been ranked the 5th best run city in the U.S.
There you go.
Can I ask a question with regards to just the commuting and working from home trend and all of that? I spent decades in the Bay Area, all over the Bay Area as well. And I just remember, choosing to live in San Francisco when you have a job in San Jose and just East Bay, Peninsula, all those things. Can you just share some thoughts with regards to the traction that work from home you think might continue to have as for Fremont residents, or just generally, as we all kind of recover from the COVID chapter?
Sure. Jobs and housing are always the concerns of the residents in the Bay Area. As you know, the housing market is getting crazy in the Bay Area. A lot of people cannot really buy places to live. But in Fremont, we try to keep the balance between the jobs and the available housing. And the ratio is always 1-to-1. So in the past, Fremont has always been considered as a bedroom city, which means a lot of people, including the many current Facebook employees, would choose to live in Fremont because of low crime rate, good public schools, etc., and then go work somewhere else. During the pandemic, of course, people start to work from home, and of course, then certainly, I would imagine majority of the Fremont residents, because they work in the high-tech industry, they can afford to work from home. So that is certainly the case. But in the future, we would like to see more and more high-tech companies encouraging, hopefully, the company employees to work from home. And then in that case, that certainly would mitigate the traffic jams on highway. We've already seen more and more traffic on the highway after June 15th, after Governor Newsom reopened California. But I wonder, if with this new wave of Delta variant infections, how many companies will continue to encourage their employees to work from home. And in that case, not only the traffic on the highway, but also local traffic would not be that bad.
Yeah, it improves quality of life for the bedroom communities, for the residents. So I think it'd be an interesting, good, positive thing. And lastly, from another kind of climate context, the Fremont is right there on the water. Can you speak to how any kinds of person on the ground thoughts regarding?
Oh yeah,
it's right. You're right there on the water. Just any thoughts you want to share? Thank you.
Well, we had a headline.
Sure.
We had a headline yesterday about if the sea level, when the sea level water rises, and because Google and Facebook have their campuses also right on the water on the other side of the bay, directly across from Fremont. Actually, they're in Lake Sunnyvale. So, what happens when they intention? And by the way, that's like a Frank Gehry campus. They're spending billions of dollars on this new campus over there. Both Facebook and Google are both spending billions on new kind of campuses and buildings right on the water. So if the water rises and threatens those buildings, who should pay for the seawall to protect them? Essentially, it's like this kind of an issue. You have Tesla's factories also kind of near the water, but that's one question. I also want to add on another question, and you can take them however you like. Being that Tesla's factory is there in Fremont, and for those who don't know, historically it was the Toyota factory that for a few years sat empty, and then Tesla took it over. And it makes me wonder, has Tesla approached you about using Fremont as a place to test the autonomous vehicles or anything like that?
The short answer is no. The answer to Tesla's capacity is that in 2018 or sometime in 2018, the city of Fremont approved the expansion of Tesla's current facility by 100% expansion. So the construction is still ongoing as we're speaking. Ever since Elon Musk moved to Texas, a lot of people took his move as the departure of Tesla factory from Fremont, which is completely the contrary.
Right.
Right now, as we're speaking, the capacity of Tesla in Fremont is still increasing. But they certainly didn't approach Fremont for any autonomous driving tests. But I'm very proud to say that naturally Fremont, especially zip code 94539, which is where I live, enjoys the highest rate of Tesla possessions, Tesla car possessions.
Mm-hmm.
That is.
Yep.
But in terms of the sea level rise issue, I believe it's more of a regional, if not a state or national issue. So fortunately, the sea level rise speed is not that fast, to a point where I think by the time it really starts to threaten all those high-tech companies or the manufacturing facilities, by that time probably the technology can enable us to do more to protect ourselves.
But
Thank you.
Your point is it won't be a city in terms of governance. It's a state issue more than a city issue.
That is correct.
Right. Makes sense. Thank you for that. So hang tight, because we're going to now that we've only gotten through the first big headline of the day, and that was a fun little side due to our kind of special guest that was joining us. And then, so we got through Amazon and the SEC about Chinese IPOs. And then the third biggest story is that Robinhood closes down 8% on its first day of trading after raising $2 billion in its IPO valued at $32 billion. And article number 4 is that 48 civil rights and advocacy groups ask the FTC to ban corporate facial surveillance technology and continuous corporate surveillance of public space. And they are really using Ring as their focal point in this. I don't think it's exclusive to Ring, because they're saying I'm reading another headline here that's really wild. We'll get to that later. But the open letter uses Amazon as a case study to argue that corporate surveillance technologies cause immense harm and fall under the FTC's authority to ban it. And that's the argument they want to make is, hey, given the rules of the FTC is within its rights to ban this, and we want you to, is what they're saying. And, to get together 48 civil rights and advocacy groups together, that's not something the FTC can just ignore those emails or phone calls or meeting requests. So, and it says it's organized by Athena, and they've asked the FTC to exercise its rulemaking authority to ban corporate facial surveillance technology. And they go on and on about Ring cameras, namely as their use case as in this, as perhaps the most egregious example. But it's a more general principle that they think this data put in the hands exclusively of these big tech companies gives them an asymmetrical advantage, which it does. And that it's something we need to think about now before it gets out of control. That's kind of the summary of that article. We went really deep on that one when we met 7 hours ago. Really interesting discussion. And then Binance says it will wind down futures and derivatives trading in Europe amid regulatory pressure. Users will have 90 days to close from a date specified later. Maybe better now than never, though. You don't want to get on the wrong side of that trade and not be able to get out. Major cryptocurrency exchange Binance said it would start winding down derivatives trading in Europe. The next big article is from NPR, National Public Radio in the U.S., one of the, a very well-known outlet. It's just radio, though. They don't have a video aspect to what they do, but it's probably the most popular radio programming in America. And they're saying that they have a source that the NSO Group, which is the Israeli outfit that's the makers of the Pegasus spyware app that's getting a whole lot of attention in the past week or so, has temporarily blocked several government clients because they sell Pegasus to governments. And so they're now blocking several government clients globally from using its technology as the company investigates their possible misuse. Well, whose? NSOs or the governments? I think they mean the governments. So this is a continuing story, guaranteed to be headlines tomorrow or the next day, as this will continue to shake out. And we also did a real deep dive on this one when we met 7 hours ago, and I made a prediction that we're going to see in the next week or two because other countries have similar technologies. Like NSO Group has Pegasus. It happens to come out of Israel. They are not unique. There are other countries that have very similar technologies. No doubt America has something of its own that's very similar. And no doubt that American product works very closely with the America's intelligence agencies, just like Pegasus and the NSO Group no doubt work very closely with the Israeli intelligence agencies. So, and there's, I'm sure there's many countries we could say this about. So I predict that we're going to see a headline showing that, there's another country that has something similar to Pegasus, and that, the American version of Pegasus has now been exposed, and it's in several countries, and, although it's unlikely that the American one is selling to other countries, but no doubt it's being used in other countries. I think the selling it to other countries is kind of what took people by surprise and why it's getting so much press. I don't doubt that America has it, but I would be very surprised if they were selling it to other countries to use. So anyway, but I think that will be a headline that either the Turkish version of Pegasus or the American version of Pegasus or the Canadian or European, UK or Australian version of Pegasus is going to be revealed to be active in as a tool for. And why do I think that? Because the Pegasus team, NSO, knows that they have competitors in other countries, or similar, that other countries have very similar technologies. That the NSO group, the maker of Pegasus, is not the only little team on the planet that figured out a backdoor into your iPhone and your Android. And in fact, there was another headline, was there not? Earlier today, when we met 7 hours ago, that there's another Israeli company. Can someone remember the name of it, please? Who was with us last time? Either JT or Cal.
Paragon.
Was it?
Paragon.
Paragon, that was it. So today we learned of a new headline of another Israeli surveillance spy tech app called Paragon, which essentially does the exact same thing as Pegasus, an NSO group, but is specifically targeting communications apps like WhatsApp and Facebook Messenger and iMessage. And, well, there you go. So, I mean, Israel has two of them. Oh, and by the way, on the case of Paragon, very interestingly, the co-founders are all former very high-ranking officials of Israel's intelligence agency. Oh, wow, what a shocker that is, eh? As, by the way, somewhat predicted. I said these technologies come directly out of the kind of militarized intelligence agency communities, and then they get productized and privatized. And I think it's likely to be the same with the U.S., that when the U.S. version of Pegasus is revealed, it will absolutely have co-founders who are former NSA or CIA or FBI agents are involved. No doubt in my mind. So anyway, yeah. Oh, and the chairman or the lead investor happens to be a former prime minister of Israel. Oh, wow. Well, geez, I wonder if the state happens to know about this Paragon app. Of course they do. It's the former prime ministers directly involved, and it's the head of the, former heads of the intelligence agency. Like, give me a freaking break here, guys. Like, you're not doing a very good job of hiding the link between the private and the public, meaning company and state. It's a very thin veil between these two at this point. And but again, I'm not picking on Israel. It's going to be the same in other countries, and Israel knows it. This is my point. Israel knows America's doing the same, and they got caught with their hand in the cookie jar, and so they know that all the other kids on the playground are also stealing cookies. And now we're going to see a headline sometime next week that name any country you want: Canada, Australia, Turkey, Italy, whatever. Also got their hand caught in the cookie jar, and they're using their app to break into the phones. And then we're going to realize, oh shit, there's a whole bunch of countries that are all have this, within their intelligence agencies, and they're all got, not only is your phone hacked by Pegasus out of Israel, it's hacked by the Turkish equivalent, the Canadian equivalent, the Australians, the Americans, the Russians. You've got 20 different countries all watching everything you do on your phone. That's going to be the real big realization. Like, let's look forward to that article, shall we? So, the next big article is that, speaking of Snapchat. Snapchat says it resolved an issue that prevented some Snapchat users from logging in and advises users to manually update the app if the issue persists. Turn it off and start it again. That old trick. So then the next big article is a look at the fallout from the Activision Blizzard lawsuit, which started about a week ago when the female employees at Activision Blizzard, which are the makers of World of Warcraft and Call of Duty and dozens of other titles, some of the biggest titles that have ever been made in the video game world, by the way. And it started with a lawsuit in California of the female team members at Activision Blizzard saying they were being subjected to sexual discrimination and sexual harassment. And then that was about a week ago. And then about 5 days ago, a couple of very senior people internally commented that this is kind of a distortion of the truth. And then the employees said, "Oh, really?" Well, then they got 2,500 employees to sign a letter together saying, "We don't appreciate you saying that this is a distortion of the truth. We think this is the truth." And then they had a walkout yesterday. And in this walkout, it was very interesting, and that they're doing it in front of the building where no one can see them. Right? This is in a business park. This isn't like in the middle of town somewhere, like next to the supermarket. This is like in the middle of nowhere. So why do this unless you're there to take photos and send those photos to journalists and tell those journalists to write more stories to bring more attention to more heat to your company? It seems like that's the case, because they went so far as to make a very special photo where they got all of the protesters with all of their signs to sit together, shoulder to shoulder, ladies in the front, tall guys in the back, like a high school class photo. Squeeze together, can you, kids? Hey, Bobby, turn your cheek to the right a little bit. Hey, can you hold your sign a little bit? You're blocking Sarah over here. Let's not block her head. Okay, guys, can you stand? Just maybe turn a little bit so we can squeeze in together. Okay, everybody. Smile, everybody, on the count of 3. Everybody say, you're going to lose this lawsuit. It's just this huge stage orchestrated photo standing underneath the company's main sign, which is as you drive into their campus. Like Disneyland, they've got this big sign that says Blizzard, and they're all sitting under it doing this big high school class photo with their protest signs. Who does that at a protest? Have you ever seen a protest that did that before? No, you haven't, because this is no ordinary protest. This is not, in fact, a real protest. This is a PR event, is what this is. And this is the workings of a very clever PR person who knows how the press operates. And they're making the protest for the press. The real battle's in the press, not in the parking lot of the company. The protest itself doesn't matter. It's the press coverage of the protest that matters. And and one thing that occurred to me is it's a common kind of group, unfortunate reality still in 2021 that disproportionately engineers in tech companies are disproportionately male. Well, similarly, disproportionately, the PR teams at many companies are female. And it's the female employees who are leading the lawsuit. So likely that the PR team is actually kind of has their hand on the wheel of this protest. And that's why the press is so engaged in this protest, because the PR team is helping steer the ship of this protest. And it's quite evident when you see them all standing shoulder to shoulder with their protest signs, very orchestrated in a very clever snapshot that the journalists are using in their coverage of this. And boy, are a lot of journalists cover us, because that's how PR teams work. They have relationships with the press. That's their job, is to promote the output of the company, the video games. When a new video game comes out, it's the PR team's job to contact the press and get a lot of press. And they're friends with all the journalists. That's how they joined the PR team. They have deep friendly ties with lots of journalists. So those aren't people you want to piss off in your company. But in this case, they have. So now that's why we're seeing so much press coverage about this, because they've pissed off their own PR team. Makes sense now. Okay, good. So next big story is Neuralink, Elon Musk's brain-computer interface company. And brain-computer interface is what we call BCI. Neuralink is really the one that's kind of popularizing this and pioneering it. They just raised $205 million, led by Google and Elon's nearest and dearest billionaire genius friends, like David Sachs and Peter Thiel and Ken, all the co-founders of PayPal, basically, who he's known for decades and worked with for decades. And that tells me he's probably onto something quite interesting if all of his nearest friends are willing to throw in money into it, because they don't need to throw money into it unless it's likely they got something spicy cooking in the kitchen. which I suspect they probably do more than anyone realizes outside of the company. So interesting to see that develop. And that BCI, brain-computer interface, we had Sid come in our last meeting 7 hours ago, because Sid's working on brain-computer interfaces at Apple. And it is one of the most mind-blowing technologies, quite literally. That's not a joke or even a pun. It very likely could blow our goddamn minds out, because it's a cable, into your brain, and allows you to interface. That's why it's called a brain-computer interface with a computer. Yeah, that's what it's doing. And there's really interesting recent headlines of people moving robotic arms with nothing but their brain, and people speaking who previously couldn't speak with their brain through a speaker out of their brain, essentially, which is truly wild. And not only can they move the robotic arm, that's been going on for a while, but now the latest headline was that the robotic arm had sensors in the fingertips, and the real challenge is picking up something like a glass, so that you need just the right amount of pressure, so that you have enough pressure to lift the glass off the table, but not too much pressure to crack it, right? And that requires two-way brain communication. You're not just only sending signals from your brain to the hand to move it. You also have to send signals back from the sensors in the fingertips back to the brain, so it knows the right amount of pressure. That's two-way BCI, and that's what they did. And that's what's so amazing, that we're even that far now. And the progress, the rate of progress itself is just really impressive. And then Sid's very conservative estimate is that we will see, really full-on deep brain-computer interface integration in somewhere between 10 and 20 years. That's amazing. That's truly amazing, because, being able to tap into an AI, which can, learn a language in 5 minutes, learn all languages in 20 minutes, it's the idea that we could integrate with an AI into our brains. I can't believe it. It's beyond science fiction. Even science fiction writers can't come up with that kind of shit. So, David?
Yeah, the leap from the mind, because we've had mind-computer interfacing just looking at our screens, right? And how the engagement of whatever's designed on the screen kind of draws our mind into it. So it will be interesting to see what specific areas are going to be the real opportunities, what have you, on the brain. Because up to a point, Neuralink is not going into the skull and stuff like that. But it's a very interesting little horizon we have to look at here.
Yeah, the other really
Neuralink is going into the skull, though.
Oh, I've been confused with Neuralink. So if anything invasive like that, then there's a whole kind of like, whoa, there's a whole bunch of, health, physical health issues on that. But
for sure.
Okay, sorry, thanks for correcting me.
And for the time being, it's wired, but I believe the monkey demonstration they gave with Pong, it was wireless even.
Yeah, if I may, I can comment and clarify that.
Yeah.
So the whole endeavor for Neuralink, the whole objective, is they want to have it wirelessly transmitted through Bluetooth with and then you control it from your smartphone. And they even outlined on their company blog, iOS device. That app doesn't exist currently for commercial use, but that's their longer term vision. It is an implantable device, but their goal is to make it really, very, very thin, and just something that robotic surgery can accomplish, and not very deep into the brain either. That's their vision. So the monkey demonstration back in April was achieved was wirelessly. So, and if you look really closely in the video, you can see at one point with monkeys playing Pong, right? And the it's not even connected to the computer. That's how you know that the monkey's controlling it with its mind.
So somebody just sent me a DM. This is the best DM I've ever received, actually. I'm going to tweet it out without attribution. You really got to see this. He says, I am not prettier or smarter than I was when I started joining Tech News Around the World every day, but I am measurably wealthier now. And he sends in his stock chart of his portfolio. And you have to see it, where he shows back in late March, he joined Clubhouse. In late April, he became a Tech News Around the World regular. And then after that, his portfolio value has markedly gone up. And I love this chart. Cal, you're going to get a real kick out of this. I just tweeted it to the Tech News Twitter account. Thank you for that.
Thank you for getting me into Shopify. That was your big contribution to my retirement as well.
So far, so good.
No investment advice here.
No, none at all.
But it's, it's just all good.
Yeah. So the next big, thank you again for that, Cami. The next big headline is that researchers detail a never before seen attack against Iran's train system and transport ministry from a new threat actor using a reusable wiper called Meteor. And the essence of this article is that researchers with cybersecurity company called Sentinel-1 reconstructed a recent cyber attack on Iran's train system. And they've realized that it's a new actor that they've not seen before, a new outfit, so to speak. That it's not clear yet what country it's from. It doesn't seem to be have the telltale signs of existing actors, but obviously it's someone who's no fan of Iran, and no doubt they will figure out who it is, but. They were messing with their, key infrastructure at a very weak moment for Iran as they're going through big protests due to massive droughts in the southern part of Iran. And there's a similar story on this same kind of front that I wanted to share. And this is the best article I have read in a long time. It's from Wired, and the title is, I will tweet this out. I did tweet it out like right before we opened this room. The title is Phantom Warships Are Courting Chaos in Conflict Zones. The latest weapons in the global information war are fake vessels behaving badly. And watch this. This is truly wild. It says, and Wired is and everything in the story is easily verifiable. There's no, need for suspending disbelief in any of this. It says, on September 17th last year, the largest ship in the UK Royal Navy, the aircraft carrier HMS Queen Elizabeth, steamed majestically towards the Irish Sea. The 283-meter-long fleet flagship was flanked by an escort of destroyers and smaller ships from the UK, Dutch, and Belgian navies. The 6 vessels moving in close formation would have made an awe-inspiring spectacle if they had actually been there. But satellite footage shows they were not. So why is all of the shipping data, which is essentially called AIS, which is this kind of system based on every ship has an AIS transmitter. There are AIS receivers and ports all around the world. And these, receivers then coordinate to paint this picture of what's happening on the seas. And something truly peculiar is happening now where AIS, the system, is kind of like GPS for the oceans in a way, is reporting that American and British and other military vessels are entering Russian waters. And it turns out, do you remember this bizarre incident about 2 or 3 months ago where apparently a British military vessel got too close to Russia near Crimea, and Russia fired at it? And it was a real confusion about why is Russia firing at this British military vessel in the Black Sea? Does anyone remember this? Flash your mics if you remember it. Okay, Mafalda remembers it. Good. So one person knows I'm not crazy. So anyway, that happened. Those were headlines, and the world was very confused. Turns out the AIS data showed that this vessel had entered Russia's waters, when in reality it had not, which gave them plausible deniability for firing, because you're not supposed to fire first. But Russia did fire. But Russia can say, oh, AIS shows that they were in our waters, but in reality it hadn't. The satellite footage shows that it didn't. So who's making this fake AIS data, this ship GPS data, and broadcasting it through the AIS system? And that is what Wired has the journalist deserves some kind of award for this post, because the story focuses around a main character, which is a Swedish guy who's now been for the last year trying to figure this out and figure out this puzzle. And it seems like he has, where the ships themselves send out real data. That's the real data. That's not faked. It would be impossible to fake. The ship is where it is. And then the AIS systems on the shores or in the ports, somebody could could broadcast fake data from those land-based AIS receivers. And that's what's happening. So the problem is that when the ship sends out data from its AIS system, it sends out all kinds of information regularly. And it's got lots of different components to the data it sends out. Well, the real data, if you take an export out of it, it has sort of a fingerprint, like a dollar bill. And then whoever's making the fake data is trying to make a counterfeit, obviously, of the real data. But they're not making a perfect copy of it. It's not exact. There's key elements missing. So they know it's fake data. And then they looked at the fake data of the Queen Elizabeth, England's biggest aircraft carrier, and they looked at the fake data, the counterfeit bill, and then they said, this counterfeit bill is kind of unique in how it's flawed in copying the real data. Let's look at all of the AIS data that is similar in its flawness. And so then they realized, all of this data is coming from the same source. It's all counterfeit money printed from the same machine, essentially, because it all has the same errors, essentially. You with me so far? Now, some of that error data, for example, shows American nuclear submarines going into Russian territories in the Baltic Sea. And then a week later, it shows up, which never happened, by the way, and they have the receipts to prove it, that it was, near Scotland or something at the time. And then they show a Polish vessel a week later taking the exact same route. Exact. Not close, not similar, not very close. Exact, which is not possible. Two separate vehicles on separate days cannot do an identical route. That's just mathematically impossible. So they know that it's mechanically machine-produced fake data, right? So the question is, who's making this fake data? Because all of the fake data is pointing to Americans going up into Russian waters in the Arctic, American and NATO vessels going into Russian areas through the Black Sea, and it's all bogus data, which could give Russia the opportunity to attack and have plausible deniability. Or is it some other third party? So, some other state that's trying to cause a war between NATO or the US and Russia? You be the judge. So, by the way, to help you figure out which of those two cases it might be, they did go ahead and speak with other people who are experts on Russian kind of hacking and interference, and all of them said, yeah, that's just incredibly characteristic of Russian operations of digital misinformation. It has all of the telltale signs that it's of Russian origin. So it's of people who are experts on Russian kind of counterintelligence measures I don't have any doubt as to who it is. So let me put it that way. So that's the article. Let me tweet it out again at the top of the Tech News Twitter account. And kudos to the journalist who did this. It's true. And kudos to the Swedish guy who's the centerpiece of this story, who did all of the sleuthing over the past year around the real intricacies of this data to kind of expose what's really going on. Fantastic article. So moving on to the next big article, we covered Neuralink and the hacking of the Iranian train system. Canada proposes, this is wild. Remember we were talking, I've been making predictions now for a few weeks that governments are going to force digital identity verifications on social networks. And then here comes Vietnam about 2 weeks ago saying exactly that, but limited to people with more than 10,000 followers on social platforms. And the platforms need to have provable identities for those individuals. Okay, smallish country, and a small percentage of the users on those platforms who have more than 10,000 followers. So Then comes Australia about 48 hours ago, saying very clearly, you now must have multiple data points and state ID to get on social media platforms, period. Okay, well, that's prediction come true in Australia. And now Canada is joining the party. Canada proposes the creation of a digital safety commissioner role to oversee violations of new harmful online content rules and issues penalties to platforms, including 5% of their gross global revenue. Do you know what Facebook's gross global revenue is for the past 12 months? Mind-boggling. They're claiming they're going to be entitled to 5% of it. That's 5%. Give us 5% of Facebook, 5% of Google, 5% of Amazon. I was like, well, say, well, what? This is Canada. That's the penalty they want to include in this if the platforms don't play along, because what they're asking for is they are specifically targeting 5 things, 5 types of illegal content: child pornography, terrorist content, incitements to violence, which are clearly somebody's gonna have to be the judge and jury if a statement is an incitement to violence. Hate speech, we all know that's a bunch of gray area and open to interpretation. And you have this stuff called sarcasm that kind of makes that a little bit tricky. And then non-consensual sharing of intimate images. So those things, they want to know who's doing it. And when they want to know who's doing it, the platforms must reveal the sources and remove the content. And if they don't, they're subjected to potentially losing 5% of their annual gross global revenue. Yeah, right. So, clearly they're going to have to, these platforms are going to have to do identity verification to remove their own responsibility and say, hey, I guess we got to turn these people over because we're not going to lose 5% of our gross global revenues to Canada for not turning over this person who's doing this hate speech. And saying that we don't know who it is because they're anonymous ain't going to cut it. You see what I'm saying? They're going to have a verified identity to use these platforms in Canada, just like in Australia, just like in Vietnam. And the only question is, who's next?
But Tyler, I've got a question.
Yes.
So I thought I read some article about like a whole lot of Facebook's business comes from all the drama.
Yes.
Right? That they're cultivating. So one thing, 5% of one nation trying to penalize on 5% of global revenue. That's one kind of challenge on that, right?
Sure.
I guess they would have a claim with regards to the revenue for the citizens, whatever in their country.
Right.
But I mean, 5% might be a tax. Right? I mean, if Facebook's analysis shows them that full on 30% of their revenue or whatever, right, 20% of their revenue, what have you, it comes from the drama catalyzed by all of those categories. They're not going to be in any kind of a rush to enforce the identity authentication stuff, right?
Yeah. Well, what it could also do in the case of Twitter, like Jack Dorsey has said, he wants to make Twitter decentralized, so that he can tell them when these countries come, asking for the identities of these people, he can be like, we don't know. And there's nothing you can do about it. And you can't shut us down. We're fully decentralized. Good luck shutting it down. Good luck figuring out who the people are. It's fully decentralized. There's no on-ramps and off-ramps to your state ID system like there is with Bitcoin, with the on-ramps and off-ramps to your, regulation banking system. It's a free, wild blockchain. Good luck figuring out who that is, because they've chosen not to reveal themselves. And they can do it through, in the case of Twitter, through IP addresses and all that stuff, and force them to do it now because of the way that Twitter's architected today. But if they re-architect themselves in a truly decentralized server architecture, then you can't. There's just no way to know. So
we might have I'm sorry.
Go ahead.
It's just taking this back. Isn't it like one of our little wormholes that some of us old farts have? It might be the MySpace, Facebook kind of battle where MySpace came out of the gates because it was fun and it was the social network that initially kind of looked like it was going to be a big deal,
just ignore
right?
Friendster just like that, huh? Okay.
Well, sorry. No, I Friendster, and honestly, quite frankly, a whole bunch of others for people in the room that weren't around those days. But Facebook kind of got the fuel because there was back then, because there was a sense of authentication, of
Right.
authenticated. I
Yeah.
think that's that real. That's the
Because you
person.
had because it was a semi authenticated, because you had to initially, for all the early users of Facebook, you had to use your school email address to sign up. And by the way, you had to be from an Ivy League school. Specifically, there were certain schools that they approved, and you had to have an email address from Harvard or Yale or whatnot to
But
even get into the system. So initially, it was essentially authenticated.
right. Yeah. I'm going to just the phase after that, when
Yeah.
the hockey stick really took off, right?
Right.
And
When they opened it up to everybody. Yeah.
When they opened it up, and when people were already on MySpace and they were kind of experiencing both, and they had the sense that Facebook was more the real people. So that was something that naturally, it killed MySpace largely, right? So I'm wondering if we're going to have another kind of similar. Twitter continues as a vehicle to cultivate democracy, whatever. There's a bunch of actually pretty rational reasons as to why, there's a value of that in our civilization. But perhaps there's going to be two lanes there. I just hadn't thought of that quite like that.
Yeah, I think Twitter's got to be careful, because it's I think a social network that where everybody's authenticated and known, I think is going to be a much more pleasant behavior for the vast majority of users, because it's going to remove a lot of the idiot behavior. And I think a social network where everyone's anonymous all the time, I think is going to be a rather unpleasant experience for the majority of people. And we know that because there was a startup called Yik Yak, which Sequoia funded, and they thought they were going to be the next Facebook, and they focused on colleges, and it was all fully anonymous, and it got very racist and very sexist very, very quickly. And it doesn't take much, full out flaming racism to ruin a party, and where people just don't want to return anymore. You only have to see that just a few times, and you're like, I'm done with this app. So I don't know. People need the platforms need to think about that move quite carefully before they go all in on a fully anonymous able app. And even now, I mean, I would even say YouTube with their commenters, and Twitter struggles with this a little bit. And I think Facebook struggles with it less because it's less anonymous than Twitter is. You get more anonymous people on Twitter. And you see it in Clubhouse. The people that are jackasses generally are hiding behind, new accounts with no followers and no real image, and, a kind of a peculiar name and whatnot. So it's just sort of the nature of the beast. So it'll be interesting to see. Anywho,
Jeremiah would have some really insightful. He was an analyst, I think, at Forrester when all of this was going on.
Jeremiah, yeah, exactly.
He would be awesome to hear what his thoughts would be.
Yeah. Jeremiah has been up and down and around the block. Been in this rodeo for more than a minute. So, next big story, shall we? And the next big one is a look at the development of an Amazon warehouse in Windsor, Connecticut, where the discovery of multiple nooses on site raises questions about Amazon's responsibilities. This is from the New York Times. The discovery of multiple nooses has set off heated debate about the responsibility of companies and the ability of workers to speak their mind. I will go ahead and tweet this out for those who want to see it. Nooses, anger, and no answers inside the uproar over a future Amazon site. The discovery of multiple nooses has set off heated debates about the responsibility. And they're building the factory now. It's not even finished. And they're just discovering multiple nooses on the job site. Oh, somebody's very unhappy about this Amazon factory being built in Connecticut. And by the way, remember that Blizzard story I was talking about? Activision Blizzard and the protests and all that? And how it seems a very coordinated effort with the staged photographs and whatnot, and the signature collection of 2,500 signatures, which that's a peculiar move. You don't normally do that, actually. That's not normally part of a protest, of getting everyone to sign their name as part of the protest. But that is incredibly powerful if you present that list of names to a union organizer. And that will scare the company more than any lawsuit, is the specter that the company might unionize. Tech companies, that's a lawsuit is a pain in the ass, but a company will survive a lawsuit, any sexual harassment lawsuit. Companies might not be economically able to rejigger themselves to function if they become unionized. And so
in games, that's been something that's already been going. I believe, scratch my middle-aged brain, I believe EA had some kind of a settlement with regards to just the worker rights on hours and the amount of time that the game studios were allowing the employees to kind of work. So that's you're spot on. It might be that's the big scare that they're really trying to stay in front of.
Right. Well, my point is these protesters might be really clever folks, it seems like, because they know that not only did they just present a lawsuit, which obviously is keeping the C-suite up at night, but now they've added a whole new another element to this fight by introducing the possibility of them unionizing. And so I predicted this when we met in this room yesterday. I said, sounds to me like there's a soft union thing happening here, and I wouldn't be surprised if there's a headline about them, meeting with union organizers. And I even said, I bet that union organizers are reaching out to them right now, because they already have, a quarter of the company, 25%, 2,500 of them have signed this petition together. So it turns out that the sub headline on that whole issue is that the Activision Blizzard is just hired a union busting law firm to address this protest.
So white collar and blue collar, right? And then these new gig workers. What do you call them? And the stripping of benefits and working conditions. It's welcome. It's for those who appreciate the bipolarization of in corporate America or what have you, or it'll be very, very fascinating to see if the white collar employees will be able to get some kind of traction there. That'll be very insightful.
Okay, so just plowing through the other big articles that your cousins and coworkers are discussing. Pinterest kind of stock is down 20% because they had a bad quarter report, as user growth is essentially down. And in an email to creators, Fireside, funded by Mark Cuban, which is kind of a mix of podcasting and social audio, says it's accepting investments through August from anyone who's interested. Airtel Mobile Commerce, which offers mobile money services in 14 African countries, raises $200 million from Qatar Investment Authority. And faced with rising ransomware risks, companies seeking cybersecurity professionals are paying higher salaries and offering more autonomy to their cybersecurity professionals. And Amazon Kindle devices that have the built-in 3G systems won't be able to download ebooks anymore starting in December as carriers turn off 3G. And then here's the profile of the Israeli startup Paragon in Forbes that we talked about earlier. I will tweet that out now for those who want to read about Paragon, and there are links to the intelligence community and the former prime minister. And then Motorola announces the Edge 20, 20 Pro, and 20 Lite for Europe and Latin America and Asia. In August, Twitter announces updates to Spaces, which is their carbon copy clone of Clubhouse, which will let users tweet directly from Spaces while you're in the space. And also, the title of the room can have a hashtag, and when you tweet while you're in the space, it'll automatically take the hashtag from the title of the room and put it in your tweet. And of course, you can remove it, and then iOS users will be able to search for live and upcoming spaces. There's now essentially the beginnings of a hallway that you can search for the ongoing live rooms and the upcoming rooms, and a look at Turkey's aggressive regulatory stance towards Google, like banning shopping search ads, which some attribute to Erdogan's authoritarian leadership. This is from the New York Times. And you can essentially add Turkey to the ever-growing list of countries that are trying to crack down on big tech, essentially, especially international big tech, as they likely have domestic alternatives that they would prefer to see flourish, aka or like Ku, which is a Twitter alternative in India, or like all the Chinese apps in China, which are alternatives to all the American apps that would have likely been there had they not refused the American tech apps from entering. Other interesting ones, a Google job listing shows that Google's considering making Stadia the back end of other interactive streaming platforms as a white label option. And VoiceFlow, a Canada-based platform that lets companies launch their own voice and chat bots, raises $20 million. LinkedIn will let most staff opt out for full-time remote work, revising a policy from last October that would have required in-office work half the time, and now they can opt out of that. And it looks like Jeremiah Ouyang tweeted about that, where he says, tech worker updates. LinkedIn lets most staff work from home. Twitter sends workers home due to Delta. Google requires workers on site that they be vaxxed and sends most home. Apple delays workers back to the office. I'll bet some employees resist or fake not getting vaccinated to stay home. Because if you're not vaxxed, you can't come to the office, but it doesn't say they'll fire you. So you just say, oh, sorry, I'm not vaxxed. I can't come to the office, but I will do it next week. I promise. Or maybe 2 or 3 or 4. So the more than 90 CEOs, including Apple's and Google's and Facebook's, urge Congress to ensure citizenship for what are called Dreamers, this is a U.S. immigration issue, essentially, of young immigrants in America, after a judge ruled against the program. And the tech CEOs are standing up for the Dreamers. And what else do we got here? Google updates its Play Store policies to ban apps offering compensated sexual relationships, likely impacting sugar daddy dating apps starting September 1st. And Mark Zuckerberg says video now accounts for almost half of the time spent on Facebook, and that Reels, which is kind of their version of Snapchat or TikTok, is the largest contributor to engagement growth. Okay, those are the biggest stories at this very moment. And now we go to the fun stuff, which is all of the fantastic tweets that people have been tweeting for since we met last time. So let's get into those. Actually, a new one just came in. Here's one here. How the U.S., this is from the Wall Street Journal, it says, how the U.S. and allies, which long pressed China to stop subsidies for favored industries, are now embracing subsidies of their own to fund chip manufacturers. Everyone wants to domesticate in their own chip manufacturing these days. So the next, the first article is Canada lays out. We talked about this. Canada lays out major plans to target bad content, and then we've got Goldman Sachs draws a line in the sand on employee vaccinations, saying employees are currently required to report their vaccine status to the company, a policy that was instituted June 10th. Failure to do so comes with specific consequences. If you do not report your vaccine status to Goldman, your ID card will not work to enter the building. Well, that's simple. The entrance of the building is contingent on you reporting your vaccine status. Unvaccinated employees are required to get a rapid COVID-19 test on site at the Goldman Sachs office and will be tested regularly. The spokesperson said employees who test positive will immediately be asked to leave the building. Shock, and what a wild surprise that is. International Space Station just met up with a Russian new module, and this Russian module called Nauka inadvertently fired its thrusters right as it connected, causing a sort of tug-of-war and caused a very dangerous situation for the International Space Station, as it had quite a big call and became rather unstable momentarily. So rather concerning. And then
the astronauts weren't in danger though, and they fired the thrusters actually on the other Russian spacecraft that was there docked that brought the cosmonauts there and stabilized things. But yeah, it was exciting. I understand. Thanks.
Yeah,
And they didn't notice any damage, and they didn't see any immediate danger to the crew.
Yeah.
No. It all it did is tilt the space station off the position it was supposed to be in, and so they shut down the thrusters and disabled them on that docking module, and then they used thrusters on the other spacecraft that was docked to reorient. So it was just like pushed it in the wrong position is basically what happened.
So next one up here is an amazing first. A paralyzed man is able to use his brain to write. We were talking about BCI, and somebody in the audience kindly sent in a article that I'm tweeting out now that says scientists worked with the paralyzed man who agreed to participate in the clinical trial of an experimental system called BrainGate 2. The paralyzed man imagined he was writing individual letters by hand while a computer monitored the electrical activity in his brain and used an algorithm to identify the letters he was attempting to write with his hand, which he was not writing. But his brain thought he was writing, and they could interpret that into the correct letters. The computer then displayed the text on the screen in real time. It was very similar to how the speech, the headline about a week ago, of somebody who couldn't speak previously was able to speak through a computer speaker because it was tapped into the part of the brain where it controls the muscles of the jaw. So he was trying to speak, but he couldn't. And the muscles don't move in his jaw, but the part of the brain responsible for those muscles is moving. And they could interpret the electrical impulses into audio speech. So this is this BCI thing we're talking about. And as they start to figure out more and more parts of the brain and what they're responsible for, it gets really, really interesting. So let me get that link out for everyone who wants to see that.
It was one of the most amazing TED Talks I've ever seen. And it was quite a while ago. They put somebody in a functional MRI machine and watch their brain waves. And then they showed them a whole bunch of random YouTube videos, and they recorded, the brain patterns. And then later they played, then they had the person just think of different scenes, and they matched, not the YouTube scene, but they created a scene that would sort of match those brain waves. So just what they're thinking in their head. And they showed this on the TV, and it was like a blurry image that you could tell, like there's a person standing in front of a mountain or something like that. It was just absolutely incredible to see of course, just the first step in reading people's minds. And if I can find the link, I'll send
please
it.
do, because that's been thoroughly debunked. That individual also says he was selling this now to the UAE police to help them solve crimes, because they could then use it as a kind of way to determine if somebody had actually seen a murder happen, like the murderer themselves, if they knew the face of the individual that they murdered or whatnot. And then we had Sid come in here. He's been to the events where that guy has spoken, and the audience, who are the brain, neuroscientists, have torn him to shreds since then.
So this was a neuroscientist himself.
Correct.
You would not,
the guy claims the guy says he's a neuroscientist. Undoubtedly he is. And he's selling a solution to police stations in multiple countries using precisely what you just described. And now
you couldn't tell anybody's face from this. There was no way that you
right.
would identify
I'm just giving one of the use cases that he's explaining now when he's selling it to police stations as a way to help solve crimes. Because if somebody has witnessed something and they say that they haven't, you can now, through your questioning, be able to see the parts of the brain that actually did see a red jacket in this place at this location. And that's how that's how he's selling it. And then when he is speaking at these neuroscientist conferences, his kind of contemporaries, or not colleagues because they're not working directly with him, but his contemporaries in that industry have all come out against him, saying, "You're a quack. This is, you're selling snake oil." And Sid, who joins us regularly, was in the audience when that was happening. And so Sid was quick to point out that this guy is in the neuroscientist community. He's now widely regarded as a quack.
Okay, I'm looking at you might be right. I'm trying to find the talk, and they have some note on it.
To be more specific,
read that first.
To be more specific, the thing he's trying to sell the police is not what it is not capable of doing what he's claiming it to be. What he did in his TED Talk might be legitimate, and he took it one step further and tried to productize it. And in his productizing of it, he got a little exuberant and kind of crossed an ethical line, and that's what they're calling him out on, essentially.
Well, this is a woman, Mary Lou Jepson, so that's
then
a
it's
difference there. But
likely not the same person, because I recall Sid.
Well, anyway, I'll check it out. I'll tweet it out if it's if it holds up or something.
Okay.
Tyler, there is some real amazing research on recall and brain mapping, where events where you actually participated in actually stem from a very specific part of your brain. Things that you know happen. You can describe an event that takes place, is fostered and located using the brain mapping technology, fMRI. Will pinpoint events that you actually experienced, and when you've made it up, it actually comes from a different creative center of your brain as you're speaking. And so what's really interesting about this technology, and to correlate that with the Neuralink technology, the AI systems that are being put in place and used in the brain mapping society, and you can look that group up. Maybe I'll find a link and share it with you.
Okay, cool.
What they're doing is they're going to eventually not need connectivity between the brain and a computer interface. And so what's amazing about that is we talked about the earpieces, right? Like your Apple AirPods.
AirPods, yeah.
The technology in those AirPods could effectively act as an EEG, which could monitor your brain activity. And through that technology, you could do exactly what that gentleman who was laughed at and said he's a quack. It can actually be done.
Yeah, no doubt. In the future, it's likely we're going to figure out where the memory part of the brain is. That seems like will be one of the more difficult aspects of the terrain to map out. But boy, will that be interesting. And no doubt there's hints and glimmers. It's a rather nebulous endeavor to try and do stuff related to the brain. It's still such a nascent technology. And Jeremiah is in the audience, by the way. So when we were talking about, so I just invited him up in case he can comment further on other stuff here. Next headline from Cal, found a CNBC article that just came out about Mr. David Freeberg, where it says David Freeberg's Alphabet-backed production board raises $300 million from Larry Page. And basically he's was at Google back in the day, and then did a startup that he sold for $1 billion. And now he's the chairman of AutoMile, which I and Cal and Chamath recently all invested in. And then he just raised $300 million from Larry Page and others for what he calls the production board, which is basically a fund for kind of chemical, life sciencey type stuff, to over summarize it. So thank you for that one, Cal. Just tweeted that one out. And then this one from South China Morning Post in China. The headline says, China to strike hard on 4 sectors in organized crime crackdown. Top law enforcement body will target telecoms, resources, transport, and construction. They are the latest focus in an ongoing campaign that started 3 years ago. China's top law enforcement body has named 4 sectors that will be in the crosshairs of an ongoing crackdown on organized crime over the next 12 months. And I got to say, that's very nice of them to give the organized crime people a big heads up that they're going to be cracking down on them. That's not how we do it in the U.S. We kind of go about that a little more under the radar. Secretary General of the Central Political and Legal Affairs Commission said at a meeting on Wednesday that the organized criminal activities were rife in the telecoms, resources, transport, and construction industries. So if you are doing organized criminal activities in telecommunications or transport or the construction industries in China, you might want to move into another industry because they're going to be looking for it in those industries. Just a tip. And how do I know that? Well, because they said it out loud publicly. Okay, I guess that they kind of do things a little differently over there. They would be the next focus of the nationwide campaign, according to a post on the commission's social media account on Thursday. The move comes 2 weeks after Beijing issued a directive to strengthen control. No doubt it'll stop people from bad behavior in those industries, but they'll just move to other industries. And maybe you didn't really want to catch the bad guys. You just, maybe because the bad guys, I'll let you ponder what's going on there. So let me tweet that out so people can read that one. There we go. Next one is an amazing first paralyzed man is able to use his brain to write. We covered that. From Evan, a tech company taking over alcohol and convenience stores called GoPuff. And this is the second time I've heard of GoPuff in a week because a friend of a friend in Austin just sold his coffee company to GoPuff. And he was doing coffee delivery basically in Austin, Texas. And GoPuff is basically acquiring all of these mom and pops who have become digitized delivery micro cloud kitchens in each city and around the US, and optimizing and organizing and doing the logistics and the marketing and all that bit. It's a Philadelphia-based GoPuff, which specializes in on-demand delivery of everyday essentials, is making an aggressive push to make its name, and indeed it is. And you, anyone on stage familiar with GoPuff? You can do a mic flash. Yeah, Jason.
Yeah, I'm familiar with it.
Yeah. So it seems like they're picking up steam. I'm, hearing about them more frequently. It's only a matter of time as a AI patent. South Africa issues first ever patent with an AI inventor. So despite the world's first, South Africa's IP office does not formally examine patents. And so this calls into question needing to make new rules about recognizing authorship of patents, basically. Google mandating staff to get vaccinated hits a roadblock in Australia, because we've talked about it here. I'm tweeting this out now from the Sydney Morning Herald. Thanks to Poppy in Australia for sending this one in. Google mandating staff vaccines is problematic in Australia. Google's mandating staff worldwide to have COVID vaccines to return to the office, but the tech giant may struggle to enforce the policy in Australia. Facebook has quickly followed suit, requiring its workers in the US to be vaccinated for an office return, though the social network's policies does not apply in Australia at this stage, with companies here more limited in what they can require employees to do. Qantas boss Alan Joyce is considering making vaccination mandatory for aviation workers, while local tech firms like Atlassian, which is the big unicorn native to Australia, and Zip are giving workers leave to encourage vaccination rather than making it compulsory. Google announced this policy in an email sent by Chief Executive Sundar Pichai to the company's more than 130,000 employees worldwide. He said the requirement to be vaccinated would be first imposed in the U.S. after being extended to more than 40 other countries where Google operates. Mr. Pichai said Google's vaccine mandate would be adjusted to adhere to the laws and regulations of each location, with exemptions for medical and other protected reasons, and would not apply until vaccines were widely available in those areas. Getting vaccinated is one of the most important ways to keep ourselves and communities healthy, he says. A spokesperson for Google Australia declined to comment. A spokeswoman for Facebook Australia said the application of its mandatory vaccination policy would depend on local conditions and regulations. We're currently following the guidance of New South Wales and Victoria governments, he said. Currently, Australia's local state government advice is that if it's possible, employees should work from home. So that's the guidance we are following in Australia. Employers in Australia are restricted in what they can mandate employees to do, with the Fair Work Ombudsman advising that in the current circumstances, the overwhelming majority of employers should assume that they can't require the employees to be vaccinated against coronavirus. Employment law experts said that it's a tricky area, while employment and industrial law lawyer Ian Neal has argued that in most cases, an employer's direction to be vaccinated against COVID-19 will be lawful. The RMIT University academic doesn't believe companies could mandate that employees get COVID jabs. Such a direction might be lawful in relation to certain types of workers in high-risk occupations or workplace settings, and or to ensure the employer complies with applicable public health orders, but not as a general rule for all workers like at Google. Our Sydney offices are currently closed. And then somebody chimed in, here's a random idea. How about a bunch of Aussie tech companies put together a package of incentives for anyone who gets vaccinated first month free subscription or rebate on purchase?
Can I add a comment?
Yeah.
Okay, great. Earlier today, I attended a room organized by Jeff and his partner Gabriel Sassoon. It is a Nobel-winning immunologist, Professor Peter Charles Doherty. He's an Australian too. So the takeaway I got was two main points. The first one is the risk of vaccine is much, much, much lower than the risk of COVID, and don't forget the long COVID too. Second one is, regardless of whether the virus comes from the lab or the wet market, it doesn't matter because it will not affect the way we manage it. So forget about the politics. Just do what you need to do to try to end this pandemic as soon as possible. That's all.
And that's your daily Cheryl update right there. Lucasfilm
public service announcement.
Yeah. Lucasfilm hires YouTuber after the YouTuber's deep fake of Luke Skywalker goes viral. And I'm tweeting this out, and because it looks like actual Lucasfilm footage, essentially, why not hire this YouTuber? They're making fantastic content. So just tweeted that out from Gizmodo. Facebook News consumers are more anti-vaccine than Fox News viewers, study finds. Researchers found that vaccine resistance among people who get their news from Facebook was second only to Newsmax viewers. And a second person in France may have caught a deadly prion disease from lab exposure. The new case, the second in 3 years, possibly linked to research on prions, has led to a temporary shutdown on prion research by several major labs. And an emerging tick-borne disease is gaining steam in New York. Cases of anaplasmosis have only gotten more common in New York State over the past decade, especially around Albany. And the thing I love about this is everybody is hypersensitive to any kind of new potential pandemics anywhere on the planet. And that's a beautiful thing. We talked about Scarlett Johansson files a lawsuit against Disney over Black Widow. And we discussed this at length when we met 7 hours ago. And to quickly summarize, her contract for this film, Black Widow, she monetizes on ticket sales or box office sales, which were, to her dismay, Disney was promoting the film more than she would have liked on Disney Plus, which doesn't require ticket sales, which kind of reduces ticket sales, actually. And that's why she's upset. And that's why she has this lawsuit to oversimplify this case. But it's a very interesting development because essentially the exact same thing happened to every musician in the 90s and in the zeros, which is that artists were paid on CD sales. And then this music streaming stuff started happening, and we didn't get paid on streams. Still don't get paid on streams. The record labels get paid on streams. And this is the same thing. Basically, Disney Plus is like Spotify. It's streaming video content instead of audio content. And the artists aren't getting paid in the same way as they traditionally do from ticket sales. And some studios do, and Disney's not, because Disney has its own streaming platform. And so it's basically she'll be fine in the long run, where the next time she does a movie contract to do a film, no doubt she'll include that she wants to get payment from streams of the film on, whatever platform it streams on, be it Netflix or Disney Plus or whatnot, musicians are screwed because they sign deals for 6 albums, which is, typically 18 years to make 6 albums. And that's your whole career was signed at the beginning of your career. And there's no way to renegotiate on your 3rd, 4th, 5th album. Really. I mean, it's they kind of have you. And so.
Hey, Tyler, I haven't even heard about that happening in Hollywood yet. I know a lot of people in Hollywood. Yep. I mean, the best almost you can do is negotiate a higher front end fee. I don't know if anyone's getting, like on Netflix. I don't know if anybody.
No, you're right.
How big of a star?
I don't think. I agree. I don't think anyone is getting anything from streaming yet in terms of actors or producers. I think they're intentionally don't want to make sure that they never do give up any of that sweet, juicy streaming revenue because the labels are clutching onto their revenue.
It would be a guess, because just to give an example, if let's say you were an actor in House of Cards or something that was really probably super important to the Netflix. How do you quantify that? You're going to say, you should get some % of an increase in subscriptions, but it's a completely theoretical number, unlike a box office number that's an absolute definitive number.
Right. Well, it gets even funnier because in the case of music, and this could be applied to film as well, they structure the deal in such a way that the Spotify is paying a licensing fee for access to the content library of EMI or Warner Brothers or Universal, because there's basically 3 massive conglomerates in the music industry, and it's a big annual fee that they pay, and for all of the content. And so how do you back that down to one stream of a Taylor Swift song? and the video equivalent could be the same, where whoever is selling, the Netflix deal is, okay, Netflix gets an exclusive right to stream this movie for the next 10 years. And they paid some flat amount. It doesn't matter how many times it's streamed or not streamed. So it's
and the only other difference there, obviously this is some decisions of who owns what. At least in music, they do know how many streams are coming down, and they're actually they're transparent with that number, because right now the deals are musicians get something like it's de minimis per stream, but the movie streamers generally don't release their numbers.
Right,
so
because
you don't even
because the deal doesn't matter to them, because there's a flat deal. It's like, you have a right, you have the right to stream this movie. We don't care how many times you stream it. You're going to pay the same.
In this case, they did, though. I mean, they charged a separate premium access for current subscribers. Everyone paid.
It's rare that they do that. By the way, it's rare that they charge the extra. And and even then, Disney generally doesn't release the numbers. Like, they didn't release the numbers on Milan, even though they charge the extra. I mean, but generally, it's just the monthly subscription.
Yeah.
I think it's similar to like the NFL, where the NFL does a deal with NBC, or the Olympics. The NBC is, the broadcaster of the Olympics. They paid a flat fee. How many people watch? The Olympics doesn't. It's not. That's not the issue. You're going to pay the same. You outbid for example, NBC and ABC and Fox all bid against each other to be the streamer of the NFL or the Olympics or what have you, and whoever bids the most gets it, and then they get it. And then the Olympics doesn't really care how many people actually end up watching it. They're getting paid the same regardless, because whoever paid the most. They got the rights to broadcast it. That's it. The films will likely do the same, where the film says, hey, we've got a film. Hey, Netflix, how much are you going to offer to have an exclusive to be the streamer of this film? Okay, Amazon Prime, how much are you going to pay? Okay, Disney Plus, how much are you going to pay? Okay, Netflix paid the most. Great, there you go. Have it. Have fun. See you later. We could not care less how many people end up streaming it, because we already got our money. Bye-bye. We're on to the next film. And then the point is that, the actor comes in and says, well, I should deserve some of that. And then it's like, some of what? They just paid for rights to be able to stream it. And then the artist is going to be like, well, I want X dollars per stream. Well, we don't even track it. We don't even know. We don't even care. And by the way, we really don't want to know. We actually don't want to know how many times it streamed, because we don't want to have that conversation with you about, payments per streams and whatnot.
So this is really important from a content business model perspective, because this is a big part of what killed the arcade business that died kind of in the 90s, because there was a one-time sale of the asset to distribution, which is totally different from TV syndication. So I'm hoping that they get this right to help provide the economics to come back to the content, actually the team. You're right. It comes all the way back, not just to the studio, to the development studio / content studio, but then actually the members of those that create the content.
Yeah, but I was just thinking about this, because that model only works if we have this one-time subscription, right? But suppose that they do the ad-based model for basic Netflix, and then the full-on subscription model. Then obviously, even for whether this is the production company or the artists themselves, they will be fighting for a rev share deal. Because of all the ads that surround the programming that is going to be run. So I think in the future, we say today, oh, it's rare that they charge an upcharge for a big new movie, but they're just developing new business models right now as they see the changes in content consumption.
And some of the streamers do have what's called, AVOD, which is an advertising. You do see some ads. Like Peacock, which is one of NBC's things. They actually have, an ad-supported model. So you're right. There's going to be a hybrid.
Okay, should we go on to the next one? Here we go. The Synchron, which is synchron.com, and there's a really interesting photo of this device, has received FDA approval to kick off an early feasibility study of its brain-computer interface implant into humans in the U.S. A clinical trial will get underway in New York later this year. And you got to click on it to see this brain-computer implantable interface, BCI. Huawei's new...
Pretty interesting stuff.
Yeah. Flagship.
They raised $20 million. I apologize for interrupting. But
no problem.
They did a $20 million versus the $200 million that Elon did with Neuralink. In funding.
Okay. Ken, let's see what Kenneth is up to here. Welcome, Kenneth Newman. I'll just do this headline real quick. Huawei's new flagship phone, the P50, will not support 5G. Because as the company continues to lose relevance in the mobile phone market under Washington's ban on access to U.S. technologies, and in this very specific case, Qualcomm is not legally able to sell them the chip necessary for 5G. So even though Huawei makes 5G antennas, they don't make their own 5G receiver chips. So their own phones can't use 5G from their own 5G towers, because Qualcomm makes those chips. So next one.
Oh, I just have one question. Do you think that the New York Stock Exchange thing, is it all related to the Huawei loss in market share?
Say that again.
Do you think that the New York Stock Exchange thing, where China's cracking down on the people who can get money outside of China, do you think it's at all related in some part to the loss of market share for Huawei?
No, not really. Not fundamentally. Maybe tangentially. The loss of market share for Huawei is due...
because the U.S. doesn't allow, like the U.S. is kicking out so many of the Chinese companies. I mean, is it also something to
it hasn't...
not just...
The U.S. hasn't kicked out Chinese companies yet. What they're doing is banning American companies from doing business with Chinese companies, essentially. And in the case of Huawei, that means Google, that they were using Android as their operating system, just like everyone does except for Apple, basically. And because they're not able to use Android, they have to make their own operating system, which they call Harmony OS, and they had to make their own app store, which means that even the apps for Android don't work in this new operating system, in this new app store. So that's perhaps the biggest reason why they're losing market share. And then now that they're not even able to have 5G phones, that's really going to hurt their market share because everyone wants a 5G phone. China, notably, has more 5G penetration than anybody because of Huawei, because they have the transmitters and antennas, but they don't make the receiver chips because that's Qualcomm, I think because of patents and things. But because fundamentally that's much a trivial thing to manufacture, I imagine. But the issue of the China cracking down on their tech companies, there's a few things going on there. And David Chang came in here in our last gathering about 7 hours ago and really gave a masterclass explanation. I mean, it went on for at least, 20, 30 minutes. And a lot of it has to do with the declining birth rate in China, believe it or not.
I am sorry that I missed that, actually.
Yeah.
That sounds like a very interesting train of thought connection that I missed. So that's, maybe he'll come back.
Yeah. It was really fantastic. And David is one of those folks that Clubhouse is lucky to have. And we're just beyond happy that when he comes in and really lets us know. He's there in Beijing. He's a geek. And he's highly connected to everybody, on all levels of these conversations that, whenever. So he came in and we stopped the news just to ask him what's really going on with all this China stuff. And he just laid it all out as only he can. It was fantastic. But we also were curious about where it's going to go from now. And what he's predicting is already just starting to come true, which is they're now going to crack down on the housing market, because that's also one of the main frictions to having a growing family in China is the cost of education, which is why they crack down on the ed tech companies, and the cost of having a house, which is why they're now going to start cracking down on addressing that issue. They want to remove those frictions for people to have kids, because they feel fundamentally that's the big picture issue. And
are you listening, rest of the world?
Yeah, I mean, green philosophies aside for a moment, carbon issues aside, economically, a country, they are focused on the fundamentals, and the fundamentals are their birth rates in decline in a very unsustainable way. And so they need to reverse that trend, or there won't be a China in 15 years. So that's why they are so incredibly focused on that, and correctly so. And that's why they're taking drastic measures. And again, I have to express my admiration for China's ability to make such drastic measures that other countries are just not able to make such fast, broad changes as they are. So, but it's partly because of their governance structure, of course. But anyway, it's a fantastic rant that David shared with us earlier. Corporate America is building its own surveillance state, is the headline from Gizmodo. As democratic nations fight for privacy, Americans seem ever uniquely screwed by theirs, is the headline. Let's take a look at this. As democracy nations fight for privacy, Americans seem uniquely screwed by their democracy. Americans are used to hearing about what a great country they live in, how lucky they are to have been born in or to have immigrated to the United States. American exceptionalism, a phrase, funny enough, coined by Joseph Stalin, is an idea that on the whole is still embedded in the country's collective identity. And what's the point this guy wants to make here? This is a very long rant of an article about the FTC commissioner and the inability to crack down. Like they had a very failed attempt in trying to crack down on Facebook as a monopoly. Where it says, on Thursday, a coalition of more than 50 civil and pro-privacy rights organizations released an open letter asking the FTC to take action against what they deem to be industry-wide data abuse, hosting up Amazon, a private surveillance company that also sells books and other goods online, as their primary culprit. And we talked about this in another publication about earlier today. It was like the second biggest article of the day, actually, about this huge group of pro-privacy rights organizations coming together to address the FTC about using consumer data, and particularly facial recognition data and cameras and audio in a way that economically enriches themselves and increases the gap between the haves and the have-nots. And they have a bit of a point there, but yeah, that's that headline. And I just tweeted that out, and then we did Scarlet.
Hey, Tyler, isn't the FTC action against Facebook a live action? It's relatively recent, so
yes.
we don't know if it's failed yet. Yeah,
you're right. No, the judge threw it out and said, you're going to have to come back with better, stronger points. And then Amy Klobuchar said we might even need to rewrite the wording of the laws about what classifies as a monopoly in 2021, because they were written in an era that didn't consider, the tech as it exists today. So they're going to come back with it. And by the way, the judge they just asked for an extension. The FTC just asked the judge for an extension to appeal by end of August, and Facebook said, sure, that's fine with us, go ahead. So now they've got to have a longer time to file their appeal. They're going to come back, retry it, maybe rushing through new legislation that reclassifies what a monopoly is, in light of social networks and tech companies and whatnot. So we'll see. Yeah, it's ongoing is the point. You're right about that. Fresh COVID-19 vaccine initiatives on offer around the world, as Hong Kong initiatives are the flashiest: a Tesla, an apartment in the world's most expensive housing market, gold bars, and a diamond Rolex, or a $100,000 shopping spree. In Russia, Putin is giving away snowmobiles. And even in the U.S., there was a kind of a lottery system for folks in some red states. I recall we read that headline yesterday or the day before. Yeah, interesting to see that countries are now offering incentives for people to get vaccinated. So thank you to who sent that in. Monica, are you with us? You sent in this one from BBC about Bumble.
She left.
Yeah, Bumble to give staff unlimited paid leave. So we can add them to that cohort of companies. It's understood that the unlimited paid leave is contingent on staff still managing to complete their work. Oh, okay. Well, that's good. You have unpaid leave, but you still have to do your actual work. Okay, glad you clarified that, boss. Thanks, boss. I will be in Thailand at Tyler's place hanging out with the masseuses. A Pasadena startup got billions selling COVID tests. Then came the questions. Ken, do you remember this one you sent in from the LA Times? Innova Medical Group?
No, I don't.
Yeah. Innova Medical Group in Pasadena has grossed more than $2.75 billion importing antigen tests from China and exporting them to the UK. And then came the questions. And the LA Times is now investigating. It sounds like they may have gotten themselves in a little hot water. In the last year, executives at Pasadena startup began flying from Burbank to destinations around the world on a pair of newly registered Gulfstream jets. One, a G650 decked out in white plush seats, burnished interiors, and other luxury finishes. Two executives associated with the company also bought multi-million-dollar homes not far from the startup's posh headquarters. And when realtors asked for proof they could pay such prices, one of the executives handed over a bank statement showing a $128 million deposit into the company's account from the British government. The recipient of the massive windfall was Innova Medical Group, a company formed at the start of the pandemic that became an unlikely global supplier of coronavirus tests. It was founded by Charles Huang, a 57-year-old Chinese auto executive who settled in the San Gabriel Valley outside LA, and is no stranger to ambitious ventures, including separate efforts to help revive the storied British carmaker MG and to build a $4 billion hybrid vehicle plant in Alabama. Neither of those ventures panned out, but that didn't discourage Huang when China disclosed that some residents of Wuhan, where Huang had gone to college, had fallen ill from a newly discovered coronavirus. He sensed an opportunity. Less than 3 months later, he was president of Innova, which in September 2020 secured a vast supply of rapid COVID tests from an obscure Chinese manufacturer before established pharmaceutical companies could do so. So when British Prime Minister Boris Johnson became desperate for tests that would allow the country to return to normality, Innova was ready. It secured multiple government contracts established to be worth at least $2.7 billion and has sold more than 1 billion tests worldwide, but Huang's financial score has been dogged by controversy. In June, the U.S. Food and Drug Administration, what's known as the FDA, said it had significant concerns, quote unquote, that Innova's tests could produce false results leading to serious illness or death. The agency urged the relatively few Americans who had received Innova's products to destroy the tests by placing them in the trash, quote unquote. Because they're junk, by the way. The warning followed an inspection earlier this year of an Innova's office where the FDA officials found things in disarray. Inside a storage room, government inspectors found 13 cartons of tests commingled with boxes of product damaged or set to be destroyed with no markings indicating which boxes were okay to ship, according to an FDA letter sent to the company. Tests had been shipped with wrong instructions, the inspectors found, and Innova had not inspected or otherwise verified its tests after receiving them from its manufacturer in China. Innova also had distributed more than 70,000 of its tests to Americans. The FDA said, though the agency had not authorized them for domestic sale despite application to do so by the company. Innova defended its product, which it continues to offer in the UK and other foreign markets. A spokeswoman asserted that the FDA's concerns are unrelated to the performance of the test, but rather such issues as labeling. Innova is working with the agency to rectify any problems, she says, adding that the US sales were limited to employees, clinical studies, and some customers for evaluation purposes. We are confident that we are on the pathway to fully comply with the FDA requirements, the spokesman said in an email. She declined to make Huang available for interview or answer other questions raised in this story not directly related to the company's testing business. And that's the fun little story of Mr. Huang from Innova. So thank
Tyler,
you.
I think this was the conversation we had about the CDC's recall of the test. This was the company's test. Mentioned in that article.
Yeah. So, I just killed an article I didn't want to kill. Here we go. Live stream e-commerce. Have you heard of this? Shoptainment explained by TechCrunch. TechCrunch headline says live stream e-commerce. Why companies and brands need to tune in. Oh, I'm all ears, TechCrunch. What's going on with this live streaming? What? Live stream e-commerce? Has anyone heard of this? You guys heard of this live streaming e-commerce?
We heard from you for the last several days.
Why companies and brands? Shoptainment. Well, let's see what TechCrunch is telling us about this social commerce. And I got to tweet this out so you can see it for yourself. And it shows a lovely young lady holding up a dress to her iPhone on a tripod as she's live streaming and selling a bunch of garments. What comes to mind when you think of live streaming? In the US, most people would name their favorite celebrity or leading a Q&A on Instagram or a gamer doing a speed run on Twitch. In China, it's shopping, streamed live. Live stream e-commerce has taken off in China in the last few years and is expected to yield more than $60 billion this year. $60 billion. In 2019, 37% of online shoppers in China, 265 million people made purchases on live streams. 37% of people, 265 million people made purchases on live streams, and that was well before quarantine. In 2020, it's estimated to reach around 560 million people.
But wait, there's more.
During Taobao's annual Singles Day Global... Oh, yeah, because that's what they say in the videos. During Taobao's annual Singles Day Global Shopping Festival in 2020, live streams accounted for $6 billion in sales on one day. Starting to see a trend the big U.S. companies have noticed, and they're jumping on the bandwagon faster than you can say, swipe up to buy now. Last December, Walmart live streamed shopping events on TikTok. Amazon released a live stream platform where influencers promote items and chat with customers. Instagram launched a shop feature that encourages users to browse and buy within the app. Facebook also kicked off a live shopping Fridays for the beauty and fashion delegates. Startups are growing fast to keep up with the heavy hitters. Pop Shop Live raised $20 million. Whatnot raised $50 million. They're also bridging category SaaS tools such as Bamboozer out of Stockholm, which is working with brands like Klarna out of Stockholm to test native live stream shopping directly with branded apps. At this pace, retailers will all welcome live stream commerce teams like they have influencer partnerships in recent years. It'll just be part of the digital equation to stay competitive and relevant in the future of marketplaces and e-commerce. And that's TechCrunch's take on live streaming. And they say it's an entertaining way for shops to tell their story behind their products. It brings buyers closer than ever to the favorite creators and allows them to have a voice in the conversation. Well, that's one way to talk about it. And there's a lot more interesting stuff they are seemingly still unaware of. So Turkey's Trendyol valuation set at $16 billion. An e-commerce company backed by Alibaba Group in Turkey is close to raising fresh funding at a $16.5 billion valuation. And e-commerce is exploding in Turkey. Like everywhere else, Chinese parts help Jet Motors assemble first EV vans in Nigeria. A Nigerian vehicle assembler is importing parts from China to build electric cars in Nigeria, undeterred by the chronic power shortage in Africa's grid. Inmarsat takes on Elon Musk and OneWeb with new satellite network. Inmarsat Group, the UK's biggest satellite company, plans to launch a constellation of low Earth orbit satellite spacecraft and set up yet another satellite-based connectivity global system. There's now about, I think now 6 companies all racing in that horse race. Andreessen Horowitz backs startup to sell a $300,000 electric boats, very gorgeous boats, I might add, called ARC. ARC, a startup with a deep bench of former SpaceX employees, is entering the fledgling market for electronic boats with a $300,000, 475 horsepower vehicle. And I should say that the Marshall speakers and Marshall headphones that everyone might be seeing, they're wildly popular in Europe. I don't know that they're popular in the US. But the company behind that, it was run by a friend of mine who now he's a Swedish guy who's now also doing an electric boat company called Xshore, which you'll no doubt be hearing about, which he launched at my event, I'm honored to say. And he's doing quite well with that as well. So electric boats are for personal pleasure cruising are becoming a very real thing, just like electric cars. It's kind of the Tesla of boats, as he refers to it. And it is. It's sexy as all hell. Microsoft in talks to buy India's Oyo, which is an India budget hotel chain, may have lost a significant portion of its business amid the pandemic because people weren't staying in hotels, but it's inching closer to finding a new investor in Microsoft as Microsoft in talks to back Oyo. And the young charismatic CEO, Ritesh, became one of India's fastest growing billionaires under the age of 30, if I recall correctly, but it's by essentially building a brand called Oyo, OYO, and convincing hotels around the world to kind of unify under that brand so they could co-market and have a shared logistics back end. Kind of brilliant, actually. Zomato begins pilot in Delhi for grocery delivery. This comes as part of Zomato's plans to add online grocery service, as every delivery app is going to compete to sell you everything. They start by, selling you, stuff around your neighborhood, so you don't have to bother yourself with getting off your sofa. And next thing you know, they add groceries, and then next thing you know, they build their own grocery store made of robots, and then the next thing you know, they're building their own Amazon warehouses to sell you everything, because the power is the app that collects your order and knows your order history, and that's a lot of power. For the likes of Zomato and Instacart and whatnot, because they can take over the supermarket space, because you're the one sending them money and they're sending you products, and eventually they will remove the middlemen and buy the products directly and send them directly to you, cut out the supermarkets and everybody else in between. So Zomato and Instacart and all those apps are in a really interesting space. And CES, the NFT, they're going to have an NFT track for CES, and jurors can now use VR to visit crime scenes to help them reach better verdicts, and that's a fantastic use case of VR. Uber will offer free Rosetta Stone language courses to drivers. I love this, as many of them are not native speakers of the countries where they're operating, and this certainly helps them become better to communicate with their passengers, but also integrate better into wherever their new home, and also kind of upskill in all kinds of ways. I love it. Evan sent in one that's worth resharing here about a 20-foot seawall won't save Miami is the headline, and he's right. It's because unless you make it an island, which maybe they plan to do, because that's where the valuable real estate is, and all the unvaluable real estate will be left high and dry, or actually very wet.
No, that's actually not why. It's because Miami and southern Florida is built on porous rock. So you just build a wall, and then the water goes underneath. And that's actually what already happened. So when Miami floods today, it's just the water coming from underneath, coming up. It's not like coming from the shore inland. And so that's why they can't build a seawall to protect southern Florida, because of the what it's built on.
Good point.
Porous limestone. Yeah.
It's sinking from underneath. PayPal's new super app is ready to launch and will include messaging. New ransomware gangs called Haron and Black Matter emerge on the cybercrime forums, which are almost certainly our friends at Revel from Russia, who Putin has told them to move their operations outside of Russian borders so that he can tell Biden to cool his jets about Russian hackers. And that's why they disappeared. And wow, what do you know? A week later, a whole new outfit reappears. What a coincidence. And then a young lady named Sophie Zhang, a former data scientist at Facebook, reveals that Facebook enabled global political manipulation in its elections and has done very little to stop it. And she's blowing the whistle. They offered to pay her to not blow her whistle, and she said, no, thank you. And her and I have a friend in common who's now asking her to join us here in Tech News Around the World. And so that will be very fun to hear what she has to say about how Facebook knowingly meddles in elections. And radioactive material missing en route to Michigan, the NRC says. Radioactive material headed to Michigan from Ohio never made it to its destination, according to a filing by the U.S. Nuclear Regulatory Commission, prompting one expert to call the mishap inevitable, considering of the millions of shipments of the material each year. In its current event notification report on Wednesday, the commission that regulates commercial nuclear power plants and other civilian uses of nuclear material in the U.S. said the Ohio Bureau of Radiation Protection had informed officials about a missing shipment involved in Prime NDT Services. And Prime NDT Services is a Ohio-based inspection company that performs testing services. The Ohio Radiation Bureau learned from Prime NDT that the source of the iridium-192 was shipped through an unidentified carrier on July 12th from a facility in Strasburg, Ohio to a facility in Michigan, the NRC said. As of July 21, the source has not been delivered. Oh boy. Uh-oh. Iridium-192 is a radioactive isotope of iridium which can be used in industrial gauges that inspect welding seams in equipment such as pipelines and in medicine to treat certain cancers, according to the Federal Centers of Disease Control and Prevention. The Nuclear Commission report categorized the isotope as a Category 2 level of radioactive material, but did not specify the quantity of material that was being shipped or how it was packaged. Uh-oh. Anyone know? Anyone find any? We're just checking with the lost and found. If anyone happened to find any iridium 192, anybody? Maybe check eBay. Maybe someone's trying to sell it. Maybe Craigslist.
There was a strange lump in my cereal this morning. Maybe that was it.
Yeah. And then Yahoo Finance headline today. from the technology editor, Daniel Howley of Yahoo Finance, says China's big tech crackdown is about protecting the Communist Party. And I can imagine that's what that was kind of, to be honest, one of the first thoughts that went through my mind, and I think we even whispered that out loud here in this room when this started happening. However, in speaking with people on the ground there who have born and raised there, they say there's a lot more nuance to what's going on there than simply that. And so I would encourage Daniel, Mr. Howley from Yahoo Finance, technology editor, why don't you come join us in Tech News Around the World? So you can hear from our friend David Chang in Beijing, who informed us earlier today that it's actually much more about the declining birth rate than you would ever imagine, and certainly more than I imagined. But it actually makes sense because that was a headline 2 months ago, and they're actually connected in very interesting ways that people outside of China would never anticipate. And including some of my friends who are very popular bloggers and podcasters are also making the same statement that Yahoo Finance and Daniel Howley are making. It just turns out to be that's just not how it seems to be going on from the people on the ground there. But that's what it seems like from the outside. And the fact that this is sort of an opinion piece with very notable lack of quotes from any authorities on the issue kind of lead me to think this guy needs to do a little more investigation as to what's really going on with these Chinese crackdowns. And if he really knew what was going on, he would mention that the next crackdown is going to be the real estate companies, because when you really understand what's going on, you know what the next move is going to be, and it is indeed the real estate companies, and it's already just starting. And so, Daniel Howley, my question for you is, why are they now cracking down on real estate companies? It's because it's about the birth rate, and people can't afford.
I know what he'll say.
What's that?
What he'll say if you ask him.
What's that?
Oh, it's because of the Chinese Communist Party wanting to be in power. He'll have it at that level. That's literally the lazy way to understand China, because you have to ask why they want to stay in power and how do they do that and what's the long game, which is what David was helping us with this morning as well.
Yeah, it was amazing. For those who missed it, we meet twice a day. Click on the title of the room to see the schedule. And our friend David Chang from Beijing is insanely connected. And I guess we can reveal it now, Cal, because you kind of said it out loud when he was here earlier. There was headlines recently that certainly everyone in the crypto community knows that China was doing a very big percentage of the Bitcoin mining on planet Earth. And then all of a sudden, bada boom, bada bing, China kicked them all out, all the Bitcoin miners. David had been telling us, me and Cal, in DMs, that even weeks before that, I mean, he had even said it, kind of whispered it out loud here as he joined us almost every day, that he manages the Bitcoin mining in China, period. And so when the Bitcoin miners got kicked out, well, before the headlines even came, how long before, Cal? A week before the headlines broke?
It was more than that, way more than that.
2 weeks
like
before?
2 or 3 weeks, I think, yeah.
About 2 weeks before any headlines that China's cracking down on Bitcoin miners, David was sending us DMs saying, hey, sorry, I've not been able to join the rooms. We're moving all of the mining operations in China to Texas. And he showed the photos of him doing it with the teams. And then 2 weeks later, we started seeing headlines. China's kicking out all the Bitcoin miners out of China, and they're going to Texas. And me and Cal were like, holy shit. David Chang is for real, y'all. He knows what's going on, and he wasn't bluffing when he said he's managing the Bitcoin mining in China. And he does a lot more than that. My goodness. He is incredibly connected in China and an incredibly smart individual on all kinds of fronts. And he gave us a 20-30 minute deep dive into everything that's happening right over there right now. And holy cow. And a look forward as to what's coming next. And what's coming next is they're going to crack down on the real estate companies. And indeed they are. They've just started. And it's
so Tyler, what does that say about this? So since that Chinese crackdown, so Bitcoin just went from 64,000 to 30,000. So what does that say about, just imagine, someone like David, not a small fish, but at least, he has ins into this space, and he knew that 3 weeks in advance. Just imagine, like, all that retail guys been buying all the way from, 50,000 to 60,000, and they didn't know this information, but unless they were listening to tech news around the world. The point is that this is the thing with this crypto. People just don't realize. A lot of people have early information that a lot of other retail people who are buying in these very high levels don't have access to it. It's kind of highlights that point, right?
Yeah,
Yeah,
and I
except
agree.
for the hash rate
Sorry, go.
dropped. The hash rate dropped quite a long time after the price dropped, if you check. So Google for Bitcoin hash rate charts, Y charts, or somebody will give you that. Then look at the price chart, and you'll see that the price led by a fair distance the hash rate drop. So what kind of been causal in that direction?
I was just, yeah, no, absolutely. Sorry, Ben. The thing I was just gonna build on what Kieran's saying is that there is a risk with average people around crypto. I mean, my son's tennis coach stopped me the other day and said, I'm gonna go and buy some Bitcoin. This is cool. Like I wanna like it's boring. I wanna do this. And I mean the guy said, I don't know anything about it. I'm just gonna go do this. So Kieran's point around like when the euphoria on this thing starts to hit, people get hurt. That's what he's saying. And so, but they have to go with their eyes wide open and put, X percent, 5% or whatever they want to gamble. And they don't have the information. They don't have the big movements, the big whale movements, the big, and even people, even Kieran doesn't, you would admit you don't have all the movements, right, Kieran? Like, so it's tough.
Absolutely. Look, it's not. I mean, when we make comments like this, it's not. It doesn't mean that we are against Bitcoin or crypto as a space. I think it is that a lot of the headlines when people read about German going to allow institutional investors to put 10% of their portfolio. All of these are just it's not true. A lot of it is there is some element of truth in it, and how this media kind of because there's a massive fan base in this space, right? Twitter get dominated by these Bitcoin maximalists and all the support. So I think you have to really be careful, how you look into this price. So yeah, no, absolutely, Cal. I think it's just that a lot of us, at least we have some light into this space, but most people who are really getting into this space, they don't know what the dark areas that exist in this space.
I completely agree with that, Kieran, which is why I make so much effort to try and educate people on the fundamentals. If you're worrying about whether the price is 60 or 30,000, you're not looking at the big picture. You want to look back 3 to 5 years and forward 3 to 5 years. And if you're going to think on those timescales, you need to be thinking about different fundamentals of the asset, not what's it doing on the latest bit of news.
So the thing is, Ben, is that, look, we are coming out of COVID. Mental health, it's a big issue around a lot of people. And a lot of people lost their jobs and wealth, and people looking for hope. And when you hear hypes around something that moves about 50, 100, 200, 300%, a lot of people are not making a strategic bet for 5 years or 2 years. They're just putting their life saving so that they can quickly feel some hope, right? So there is that element that, they already suffered. And, this is a place that you can literally become a double whammy, suffer again. So that's my point. I think
not if I can do anything about it though. If you were to follow my sessions, you'd realize my whole game here is do not invest until you understand. Do not invest beyond your level of conviction. Do not invest for the short term. Do not trade. Do not expect your money back within 5 years, and so on and so forth. So anybody who can make it through my 9 hours of teaching, if they still invest on a whim, then they're not savable. But my whole game here is to try and stop people doing that, because there's so much scammy crap out there, and so many people doing exactly what you're saying, Kieran. I completely agree with you, sir. I'm trying to slow people down. You can't stop their desire for knowledge and inquiry about it, but slow down the horse, learn about it, then decide. So,
okay. Alrighty, more headlines. Here we go. So, IoT, this from South China Morning Post out of China. IoT will unlock smart living's limitless possibilities in our imagination. Sharp growth in number of IoT appliances used in home since start of COVID-19 pandemic puts need for uninterrupted and reliable connectivity in focus. And indeed, our homes are going to become very smart, and our offices and our cities. And it's called Internet of Things because the connectivity is there and the chips are there, and it will unlock smart living's limitless potentials. And this sounds like it was sponsored by a chip manufacturer, the way that it was written, but that's okay. The Indian artists discover NFTs, a new way to monetize their creations, from Indian Express out of India. For Indian artists, NFTs, or non-fungible tokens, represent a new horizon of possibilities and the opportunity to showcase their work at a global scale, which is indeed very true. And that's one of the best bits about it, and one of the best bits about e-commerce generally, but especially digital goods that can be distributed globally, at the speed of light. So it's an interesting point. A new fungus from the BBC, from our friend Mahogany. The fungus and bacteria tackling plastic waste. You put in plastic, the fungi eat the plastic, the fungi make more fungi, and then from that you can make biomaterials for food or feedstock for animals or antibiotics out of plastic after the bacteria digests it and excretes it. Bacteria, fungus, and enzymes can all digest plastic, but can they work at a useful commercial scale? That's the question from the BBC. So just tweeting that one out to the Twitter account. Thank you, Mahogany. India's IPO wave reflects the maturing of a generation of e-commerce and digital economy firms, many of which have grown rapidly during the pandemic. As the Wall Street Journal says, a tech IPO boom is coming to unicorn-rich India. Because after you become a unicorn, the next step is an IPO. And my God, have they had a whole bunch of unicorns this year, already 20 this year alone. And so India is gearing up for tech IPOs as the unicorns, including two worth more than $1 billion, as startups look to tap the stock market that has proved resilient despite COVID-19. From the Wall Street Journal. Thank you, Poppy, for that one. And free exchange. Why have some places suffered more COVID-19 deaths than others? The Economist is asking. Income equality is a big part of the answer. Vaccine distribution, obviously another part of the equation. 17 months into COVID-19 pandemic, plenty of questions about the catastrophe remain unanswered. It is still unclear how COVID originated, for instance. Other puzzle is why some areas have had less destructive epidemics than others. Why has Florida had fewer deaths per person from COVID than the American average, even though restrictions there have been looser for longer? But researchers are getting closer to the quote-unquote magic variable, the factor that does most to explain variance in deaths from the virus. It turns out that this has little to do with health measures, climate, or geography. Instead, it relates to economics. The huge literature on the determinants of COVID-19 infections and death finds that many widely assumed relationships do not always hold in the real world. Everyone knows that the old are most at risk, but Japan, where 28% of the people are over 65, compared with 9% globally, has seen remarkably few deaths so far. Some studies suggest that places that had bad flu seasons before the pandemic suffered less since, but other researchers have called that conclusion into question. There's no consistent correlation between the toughness of the lockdowns and cases of death.
There's no lockdown in Japan at all. It's constitutionally, it's not possible. So there's this thing called state of emergency. People are still allowed to go out. It's just that the F&B are encouraged to close early, before 8 o'clock, but some still carry on. But the Japanese community, they are very so-called cooperative, so they wear masks everywhere they go. But there's no lockdown, as in lockdown, that they cannot go out.
Yeah, it's gone here in the UK too. Tyler, can I just make a quick comment on something you said earlier, just as an observation? Just another perspective. You said the stock. Oh, no, you didn't say. One of the journalists said that the stock market has remained robust or buoyant, or what was the word they used? Resilient or whatever, despite COVID-19. I'd like to offer up the perspective that the stock market has profited handsomely from the quantitative easing caused by COVID-19. So the whole Cantillon effect thing. Just another perspective.
It's a great point.
Okay. Sorry, I just want to finish just now. Okay, so culturally, the Japanese don't kind of stay too close to each other when they are in public places, even before the pandemic. They keep a distance anyway.
I think everyone knows what you're saying, Cheryl.
Yeah, I know. So all I'm trying to say is, well, we already know what can help to reduce the spread of virus. So just do that. Wear a mask.
Okay.
I don't know. We are just repeating ourselves every time,
Yeah,
right?
you're repeating yourself. You already made your public service announcement on that exact point about 30 minutes ago.
I talked about vaccine just now, not mask.
Okay. Oh, so it's an update on the public service announcement. That's your friendly.
To be fair, there were two different public announcements.
There were very.
Yes.
It's your welcome to your 30-minute public service announcement update by Cheryl. This one about masks. The last one was about vaccines, not to be confused. Thank you, Cheryl. And the more headlines. China's fever for industrial robots. The COVID-19 pandemic has hit the global manufacturing industry hard in 2020, but this article is about a bunch of data and charts and graphs showing the robotization of industrial robotics of China, and I should dare say the world. Lately, that's one of the things we're noticing in the fundraisings that are happening, is there's now starting to be a whole lot of robotics being invested in, as e-commerce is exploding, as employees are reluctant to go back to the warehouses, and as the prices of their salaries go up due to their reluctance to go back to the offices, robots are starting to get a lot of investment. So it's a really interesting space. And the next headline from Mahogany is that your immune system is not ready for the office. Kind of a perfect segue from Wired. Stuffy, cramped offices and poor sick leave policies mean that workers could be about to experience a wave of post-lockdown colds. Your immune system is not ready for the office. And this one from Wired, I think you get the idea. Never before in modern human history have we had global distancing, social distancing, mask wearing, quarantining, and isolating, says Gregory Poland, head of the vaccine research group at the Mayo Clinic in the U.S. Is going to be an interesting experiment of nature to see what happens when you stop the circulation of those viruses for a reason. Interesting point. A whole lot of colds.
And I think it's, Tyler, I think it's worth noting that the masking and social distancing last winter pretty much obliterated the flu season. So there is still a great deal of effectiveness of those simple methods.
Yeah. And speak more, if you would, about this headline. Seems to it's an interesting take that I've not heard before about how we've changed with regards to how do we think flus and colds will evolve, in the next 6 to 16 months, for example.
Yeah, I think it's probably more relevant to the young children who are normally getting exposed to a dozen viruses a year, and have had no exposure or little exposure, and they're going back into, walking petri dishes, as my professor of infectious disease used to refer to children as walking petri dishes.
They are.
They are, and every medical student, when they rotate on pediatrics, ends up being sick the whole rotation because they pick up everything from the kids. And so we're going to see something like that. But if people really get serious about hand washing and not coming to work if they're sick, and wearing a mask if somebody around them is sick or might be sick, I think we can blunt this. But every time we get a cold, it sort of primes our whole immune system. It's not just, the adaptive immune system is targeted at specific agents, but you do get a general rev when you have a series of viral challenges to your immune system. So there's legitimacy in the Wired claim.
John, can you chime in on, because one of the things that was so challenging the last time around, like last spring and summer, was just that whole kind of asymptomatic phase, right, where you might be, you were contagious, right? But now I guess with the virulence, pardon if I'm not using the right term or what have you, of this new variant, lots of the evidence is kind of more around the idea that the density of the virus is like 1,000 times more dense. So for those who are symptomatic, it's really hugely much more contagious. But what about just like how contagious is it if you truly contagious when you're asymptomatic? And I see Dr. Danish. I'm sorry, I'm just asking the question. You could probably answer, you and John or something. Thank you. I'm David.
Yeah, I'll start off, and Dr. Danish always has brilliant comments as well. The reports that it's 1,000 times as contagious as compared to the initial wild type. The alpha variant out of the UK originally was 10 times higher viral load than the variant, and now the Delta is 1,000 times by the initial reports, higher viral load, mostly restricted to the nasopharynx. So the vaccine is really preventing the spread from the nasopharynx to the rest of the body. What that really points to is something I've been very interested in all along, is augmenting the systemic immunity you get from the injectable vaccine with a nasal spray vaccine that gets what's called the local inflammasome in the nose more primed, so that we can nip the replication of the virus in the bud at the portal of entry, which is in the nasopharynx. And so I'm really optimistic that a couple of these companies that are developing these nasal vaccines will help manage this problem. To your question directly, if we're asymptomatic, we're fully vaccinated, we're asymptomatic, and we got 1,000 times the normal load of the virus in our nasopharynx, are we as infectious or more infectious than we were when we were sick with the original wild type? The final data is not in. We're just getting some preliminary data. We know what the viral load is, and it's really high. How much of that viral load is spewed out into the atmosphere with an asymptomatic or a mildly symptomatic infection versus one that's more symptomatic has yet to be published. But intuitively, one would think that if you're carrying that kind of load and that the transmission mode is from the aerosolized particles, microparticles, nanoparticles. First off, if you're going to wear a mask, wear an N95 if you can possibly get your hands on one, and there seems to be plenty of them on the market right now. And secondly, be aware of the fact that just because you're fully vaccinated and unlikely to end up in the hospital, you could still be transmitting. And this is the mirror image of initially where the children were the asymptomatic carriers, the youth were asymptomatic carriers infecting those who were at higher risk of ending up in the hospital. Now that high risk population is largely vaccinated, 80-90% of people over 65 in the US are vaccinated now. The reverse is happening. Those who are vaccinated are more likely to be asymptomatic carriers, and those who are unvaccinated are at risk of ending up in the hospital as a result of contact. So this recent advisory change, the flip-flop from the CDC of recommending masks for fully vaccinated people, makes a whole lot of sense while the formal data is still pending. So I would take those advisories very seriously.
Yeah,
And
and
also, I'm sorry, Dan.
hey, Chris, I was going to mention something real quick. John obviously is the expert here, and John, that was great. The one thing I was going to mention is I don't know if you saw the articles I shared with the group today, but the New York Times came out, and there's all these internal documents from the CDC that were just shared yesterday or earlier today. I can't remember, but they showed two parts of it. One was that the Delta variant, unlike the wild type variant, is actually as contagious as chickenpox. And the second one was that more important, much more important, which was that vaccinated people with breakthrough infections. John, I think your hunch was right. So breakthrough infections for vaccinated people transmit just like the unvaxxed. And we now know that from, again, not peer reviewed. This is just the CDC data.
And I have unpublished data that 10 to 15% of the hospitalized patients in California right now are fully vaccinated. They're not dying. They're not dying. They're not getting intubated. They're not dying, but they're sick enough to end up in the hospital in 10 to 15% of current hospitalizations. So, and that's what my physician friends in the UK have been telling me. This stuff is unpublished. So take it with a large chunk of salt. This has not been even published, let alone peer reviewed. So don't take this to the bank, but it's concerning.
And then really to notice, the day that they told us it was okay if you were vaccinated to be unmasked was also the day that the WHO said that it was airborne. So when they said that, I stayed masked. Use common sense, folks.
Yeah, and I think that's the best advice of all. Use common sense, because waiting for, an abundance or comprehensive or definitive data is just, it hasn't played out very well with this virus because it keeps changing the rules of the game.
But I don't know. Honestly, I think that there's a big decline in the quote unquote common sense in the humanity. Like, what does that even mean? So I guess what you are saying is for those of us who do not want to get this and are trying to stay in the lane where we do everything possible, it's a reset to mask away. Or no, not mask away, sorry. Mask, dude, mask on, right? Sorry, mask on, and just get hyper sensitized to it. Thank you so much for sharing the information, and this is why this room that Tyler set up is magic. Quite
The
honestly.
one thing I was going to say, one point I want to bring up on these notes. So we've been talking about for the last month what we expected with breakthrough infections, that transmission was high. That's now been confirmed. The one thing we don't know yet, that it's really hard, John, to like make these suppositions and predictions on what we think is going to happen. I mentioned about the booster shot. I think we're going to do that 3 weeks to 4 weeks after Germany said. So we still have 1 week left. I'm hoping that happens, especially for immunocompromised. But the other big thing is, if you are somebody that's fully vaccinated and you have a breakthrough COVID infection, likely with the Delta variant, what is the probability of you getting long haul symptoms? And, obviously the data would say that it probably would be similar to a completely unvaccinated person, but who knows? I mean, it's really
Yeah,
hard to
well,
predict.
and
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 that's
and
what's scaring me, actually, more than anything else.
that's what's scaring me more than anything else as well, because of the UK Biobank study that showed definitive changes, still not peer reviewed, but definitive changes in loss of gray matter along the olfactory pathways in the brain that resembles certain aspects of Alzheimer's disease, and the inflammation is progressive. That's in the pre-vaccination data. And so post-vaccination is that same kind of risk with relatively mild or asymptomatic disease. Is it a risk? There is, to my knowledge, no published data on that point yet, but my physician friends in the UK have told me they are absolutely seeing long COVID coming out of breakthrough infections in vaccinated people. So is this a reason not to get vaccinated? Heck no. It's all the more reason to get vaccinated so we can get to a herd immunity where this thing will start to dampen its impact on populations at scale. So vaccinations are still widely endorsed by every uh, authority in the medical and infectious disease community. I mean, there is no equivocation about that whatsoever. But this Delta variant is so much more contagious that, and the worry about the long haul syndrome emerging from these breakthrough cases is real, and unpublished communications from my friends in the UK suggest that there's reason to be concerned until we have the data. Take it with a chunk of salt, but that is absolutely a concern.
The
I
tough
just
thing here is that schools are supposed to open up in
I
a
was just going
month.
to say that,
Yeah, I'm
David.
sorry. Go ahead.
I was going to address what you asked about why is common sense gone. And I think that's such an important thing that I'm actually obsessed with, because I think the common sense is gone because we have pandemic fatigue, right? Because nobody wants to think about it. Nobody wants to acknowledge it. This whole conversation started with Tyler reading that article about what is going to happen to people when they go back to work. The undertone, the underlying assumption there is that pandemic is over and we're going to go back to work, and then let's see what is going to happen. It's just denying the fact that we're heading into maybe even the worst part of the pandemic. So, like, friends at Apple and Google here were told not to come back to work after a week of being back. Those of us who are in pediatric medicine are almost 100% sure we're not going to send our kids to school, despite the fact that school district hasn't announced it yet. But I'm, trying to ease up my children to say, hey, remember we told you you're going to go to school? Yeah, that's not going to happen this week. So the common sense is gone because I think everybody's tired of thinking about it. And a lot of these conversations around workplace and what is going to happen and work from home and employment law and, new diseases and flu season are already assuming that we're going to go back to workplace, which I don't think is going to be happening anytime soon.
Yeah, and I think you make some really, really compelling arguments. And it is confusing. The thing I'll say, every one of us knows how many bad decisions we made in our lives because we were tired and just wanted to be done with something. And that's when we make our worst judgments. So common sense suffers in fatigue, and we're witnessing global fatigue. I know a lot of really brilliant people who have pandemic fatigue, who, if I'd have given them a use case and detailed exactly the input that they're getting today and asked them for their output 2 years ago, it'd be very different than their decision making today because of that fatigue factor. So we have a community risk from pervasive fatigue with the pandemic and decision making, and not to mention the politicization of the process that began at the very outset of the pandemic. So use your common sense, think about it when you're not tired and stressed out about it, and make your best decision individually about what to do with your kids.
I have a question for the physicians in the room. What source of data would you rely upon to give you an indication of the prevalence of the Delta variant in your local community? Because you mentioned these unpeer-reviewed papers and whatnot to take with a grain of salt or a large grain, but it'd be nice to know from your point of view which raw data, the statistics you would trust.
Yeah, the genetic sequencing of the viruses, the sampling, and we're still lagging behind much of the developed world in terms of the quantity of viral sequencing that we're doing. But the sequencing that we're doing is tracking pretty exactly to where the UK was a couple months ago. We're already well over 80%. In many locations, over 80% Delta. And given how much more contagious, it's CDC's comparing it to chickenpox, which is highly contagious. Um, and given how much more contagious it is than the previous variants, you should just assume that anybody who's got COVID in your community at this point is going to have Delta, and within 2 weeks, it's probably going to be well over 90% across the U.S. and across much of the world, because it is so much more contagious.
And Cami, I can share with you how I use the data. So our academic institutions, the hospitals, send their data, like internal data, how many people were tested, how many were positive, how many were sequenced. And so that's a good indication. And then I mix that with my being a doctor mom paranoia. Because once you take one, I always say this, if you take one walk through PICU, pediatric ICU, and you see these sick children, statistics just pale in your brain, and you say, I don't care if this is 1 in a 10 million. If that's my child, I don't want that. So that's kind of my calculation, which is not very scientific.
Yeah, my prediction is that those images of overwhelmed pediatric ICUs, of which there are already several in the U.S., once those start hitting, the emotional impact of that is going to overcome the pandemic fatigue in the decision making going forward. So those images have not become pervasive yet, but they're there for the filming.
And I also, slightly unrelated, so sorry, Tyler, but I also, the other thing about pandemic that bothers me is that we talk a lot about the infections, the people who die, the people who have long haul COVID. But what we don't talk enough about is the collateral damage of the pandemic, the effects on our children's development, the effect on their education, the effect on psychological well-being of our community, the effects on jobs, the effects on businesses. I don't think we talk about this enough. And I just want to throw out one question. If there was a war, with a foreign country, with a foreign nation, and we had this many casualties of American citizens here, how would we react to that nation? How do we react? What resources would we pour into blocking this like hypothetical foreign nation to come in and kill our citizens? And why are we not in a war mode in the US with all the resources we have to keep us safe from other nations, from other countries? But why can't we use those same resources to protect us from this virus?
Civil war. But I love the context in terms of framing, but we are in a civil war of science versus fill in the word, without saying a
Belief
bad
system.
word.
Yeah.
Well, yeah, sure. Yeah, and then I'm sorry, and Tyler, I'm sorry. Please grab the mic. But
Okay.
just the other, there's several key facets to this, right? So then there, with regards to the pediatrics, and I kind of call your risk profile the catastrophic downside. What you just said. I mean, that's kind of what has driven some of us, right? The catastrophic doctor. So, in any case, just the next thing with regards to are the children like what is in the first phase of COVID, right? Last year there was the learnings, I guess you'd say, that based on those versions, children, the smallest of children, were not as contagious. But so is I take in the mind that we're at a total reset with a lack of hard data. Are the smallest of children? What is the risk in terms of like opening preschools and things like that?
Okay, let's jump.
It's hard to do without hard data, and we're still suffering from a lack of hard data to answer that question. But the UK, the statistics that come out of the UK in terms of who's affected are concerning. They've opened 10 clinics dedicated for pediatric long haul syndrome already in the UK. To shine a little bit of a ray of light on all this, this is not going to go on indefinitely. There's good immunologic reason to believe that this virus won't completely escape the trajectory of vaccines that we currently have in the pipeline that's under development, and that it's some of the best immunologists in the world, Alessandro Setti being one of them at La Jolla Institute of Immunology, has validated my suspicion from the outset that we are just witnessing the evolution of the fifth common cold coronavirus. There are 4 common cold coronaviruses that just cause common colds forever, for millennia. And we just happen to have the biotech infrastructure to actually watch how that happens for the first time. And it starts off with virtually no significant immunity to it, and as immunity arrives either through infection or through vaccination, it's going to become a background nuisance as the fifth common cold coronavirus. That's Alessandro Setti's projection. He is a world-class immunology who has published multiple papers that have been held up during testimony to Congress because he's such a leading thinker in this space. So that is his projection of where we'll be in a couple of years. So this is not a forever, oh my God, the sky is falling. This is a let's get through this together. And let's arrive at that future where we've got another common cold virus among the hundreds that already exist, the 4 common cold coronaviruses. But let's not let our fatigue have us stop common sense efforts prematurely.
Okay.
And I just looked at the Stanford's graphs, and the positivity rate currently is the same in the hospital system as it was back in January, February. So the curve is going up very fast, and that's what's concerning. And the other thing, to just pinpoint John's point, despite all the paranoia that mothers and doctors who are mom have, this is only because, a population is not vaccinated. The minute vaccines are available for my 5-year-old, 6-year-old, I'm vaccinating them and sending them to the world. So I just want to echo that there is an end to this.
Okay.
Yeah, this is not a forever problem.
All right, let's hope so. So some interesting things have happened since we've had that little COVID detour. A here's the headline. It says a new book. This is from the LA Times. A new book by Tim Higgins claims Elon Musk demanded to be made the CEO of Apple during a phone call about a potential Tesla buyout of Apple buying Tesla in 2016 before Tim Cook cursed and hung up the phone. And that led Elon Musk to jump onto Twitter, where Mark Gurman made a comment saying, so Tim Cook said he never spoke to Elon Musk about this purchase. Musk said Cook refused to take the meeting. That's what they both said before this book ever came out. When asked about it in at events or in interviews, Tim Cook said he's never spoken to Elon about buying Tesla, and Elon says Musk says that Cook refused to take the meeting about potentially buying Tesla. So they both agree on that apparently. But this book is claiming that not only did they meet, but Elon insisted on demanded to be the CEO of Apple, and then Tim Cook cursed and hung up the phone. So then that caused Elon Musk to tweet 29 minutes ago that the author Higgins managed to make his book both false and boring. So that's not a good look when launching a book, when the subjects of the book both agree that you're lying. But a nice attempt at drumming up some friction, some internet fury. And then another interesting article just came out in the past few minutes from Quanta. Physicists say they used Google's quantum computer to demo a time crystal, which forever cycles between states without consuming energy for the first time. Like a perpetual motion machine, a time crystal forever cycles between states without consuming energy. And
like a flux capacitor.
Like a flux capacitor, exactly. If you want to go from 1956 to 1988, what you need is a bolt of lightning or 1.21 gigawatts. So you can read all about that from the Tech News Twitter account that I just sent that one out. And then we've got about 50 new fantastic, freshly cherry-picked articles to go through. Mahogany sent this one in from the Washington Post about the best place to ride out a global societal collapse. And that gives and there's an answer. The Washington Post actually came to an answer. And the question is, this gives us another chance to play our favorite new show, Tech News Jeopardy. According to the Washington Post, where is the best place to ride out global societal collapse?
Los Angeles.
No.
New Zealand.
Little island in Thailand.
Anybody?
Vancouver.
Tyler's Resort.
Anybody else?
Mauritius.
And Vinay joins the winner's circle with Cal 1, Vinay 1, and Charles 1. After 3 episodes of Tech News Jeopardy, a study looking for potential nodes of persisting complexity in the face of a period of worldwide decomplexification. New Zealand comes out on top, and I'm tweeting that out to the Tech News Twitter account. And being that this is one of the areas that it's paywall. Do you knuckleheads? Okay, so won't be reading that one, but we got the gist of it, and thank you for that one. And also from Mahogany, from The Economist, nature's noses help the med world. Dogs can detect illnesses, including cancer, malaria, Parkinson's disease, and COVID-19 in some cases, before obvious symptoms appear. Also, flies and worms and bees can help detect illnesses as well, and can detect the chemical signs of a sickness, apparently, according to The Economist. Invertebrates can detect the chemical signs of sickness, and maybe we can use nature in medicine. A fantastic read that I just tweeted out as well. And Florian sent in one about how Los Angeles plans to become a smarter city in preparing for the 2028 Olympic Games. LA recently released a smart city roadmap that envisions a highly digital and connected future, just as David Cameron did for London before the 2012 Summer Games, which I was happy to assist 10 Downing Street with that objective of turning Old Street and Shoreditch into what they were calling Tech City. And the CEO of that initiative, handpicked by David Cameron, is none other than Eric Vanderklees, who joins us nearly every morning now at Tech News Around the World in our other time zone. And indeed, the Tech City initiative is a smashing success, so much so that the startups have had to expand well beyond Shoreditch and Old Street into neighboring communities there in the kind of southeast part of London there. And anyway, back to the LA case of the 2028 games, as LA is preparing to get ready for their 2028 Summer Olympics back at the original LA Olympic Stadium that they used in 1984 that I fondly remember as a child. And the city of Los Angeles has Olympic level ambitions for its development as a smart city over the next 7 years. The city, which is set to host the 2028 Summer Olympics, recently released the Smart City Blueprint. The plan envisions a city that is easy to get around without a car. Oh, yeah, right. As somebody who spent most of my life there, good luck with that. Via a unified digital payment platform for metro, rail, buses, bikes, and shuttles. Oh, dear God. Oh, God. That ain't going to happen. As anyone else who lives in LA knows, ain't nobody going to be using the metro to get around. You might as well have vertical takeoff and landing electric drones for people. That would be a far more Huh? Ethical, proactive.
Have tunnels before we have.
Yeah, we'll have Elon. Well, we do have Elon Musk did build a tunnel so he could commute to work without the traffic. That's how bad the traffic is in LA. So cars are not an option. And the metros and buses are even less of an option. Dear God. Holy cow. We don't
if you remember the 84 Olympics, somehow either people stayed home or they altered their schedules, and all of a sudden LA was less congested on the freeways miraculously during the 84 Olympics.
So I'm now feeling a wave of embarrassment descending on LA in 2028 in preparation for the games, because dear God help everybody if they force everyone into buses in the LA metro. Oh my Lord. Anyway, military-funded research looks for the secret of GPS-free navigation in a bird's eye. Thanks to Evan for this one. Researchers can synthesize DNA that can be used for future navigational applications. Apparently, some of the DNA in a bird's eye can be utilized for GPS-free navigation, because birds, as you might recall, are able to remember, people take homing pigeons in cars, drive them several states away, and they fly home, and they're not using, believe it or not, despite what people might think, they're not using GPS. Can you believe this, Cal?
Allegedly. I heard birds aren't real. It's part of a government plot, if you read Reddit.
They might have Apple Watches or something to assist them, but it's still up for debate if they're using GPS satellite systems to coordinate how to return home. So the question is, how the hell are they doing it? And again, if we could figure this out, very similar to the bees and ants and vertebrae article about using nature for medicine, we could also use nature for navigation, as birds seem to be able to travel across countries and overseas and everything else without much difficulty. So hopefully we can figure out how to do the same. Quite a miraculous world we live in. Yeah, we don't have a freaking clue how birds can get from one place to another. TikTok news from the IOC, the Olympics, basically. Olympic athletes are finding unexpected celebrity status during the 2020 Tokyo Games, not as gold medalists, but as TikTok stars. Without the strict social media rules that were in place in 2016, Olympians are allowed to make more entertaining content. And they're going viral on TikTok. And if they play their cards right, they might even make more from TikTok than from the Olympics. The exclusive here, Walmart's Flipkart and Amazon ask India's top court to stop antitrust queries. And indeed, these foreign companies are finding it a little bit tricky to continue their ascent in India, and they're finding out how to how business works in India when you get a seat at the big table, and then
Tyler, just to add some context to that, basically that whole complaint came from small stores and small retailers who complained to the Antitrust Commission that both Amazon and Flipkart essentially deprioritize the smaller stores on their platforms and instead only prioritize the paid or the cloud tail and the Amazon owned or Amazon subsidiaries retailers on it, and as a result, they're killing the smaller retail business. So that's why the antitrust thing came in.
Smart. And then that's going to force them to accept them into their platforms, which is smart. As, by the way, which was the other one, the little, well, not little, but one of the local domestic companies did start adding the small shops in, for example. So why Team USA's Olympic face masks makes them look like Batman villains. The unique origami-inspired pleated design allows for optimal airflow and air volume within a lightweight mask mesh, Nike said. So they're Nike-made Japanese-inspired masks. And they're light and they work great. And other fantastic articles we got to jump through here is Gabby just found this incredibly cool transparent TV. It's a sheet of glass, but it's a TV, and you just got to see it to understand it. So the transparent smart TV by Xiaomi, which I have a Xiaomi TV myself, and I love it. Xiaomi is just one of the best hardware manufacturers on the planet. There's no way around it. And my God, they have, as Maria can tell you. Maria, how much did you get?
I concur.
You agree?
I was just going to say, of course. I think I paid something around like maybe 180 euros for this phone that my nephew loves so much. And I mean, it's almost as good as an iPhone, if not better. It's faster.
I have the same. So, it's amazing. Yeah. It's unbelievable.
It's insane.
I know.
It's insane. And what you what you can get for 250 euros, it's almost an equivalent of the newest hardware. And it's, it's mind-blowing. So great stuff.
I agree. And hey, Xiaomi, where's my commission? This episode of Tech News Around the World sponsored by Xiaomi. Go get yourself a new Xiaomi phone for under $200 that rivals your iPhone as a backup. Because it costs about the price to
use the code Tyler.
TNATW. Xiaomi, call me. Let's do business.
Xiaomi Friday. What we'll do.
Yeah.
That's
exactly what I did, Tyler. But before I get to know TNATW, I did that.
So did someone mention the price point for the transparent TV?
Oh no! Would you like to know? Because I can give you my affiliate code and hold on here. Let's see. It's just a video. There's no article, or it's simply a video in a tweet. So there's no article. You'll have to Google it, I guess. Okay. So next article is Airbnb adds something totally brilliant to rental listings, and that gives us an opportunity to play our favorite game, Tech News Around the World Jeopardy. What has Airbnb just added to their listings now that we are living in I'll give you a hint. As work from home becomes work from the Airbnb, you better hope the rental host has a good
Wi-Fi.
Who was that? Donish joins the winner's circle. The score is 1-1 for Vinay and Donish and Cal and Charles, as Airbnb adds Wi-Fi speed results to rental listings. Good stuff.
Oh, speed.
Very smart. So you can figure out because one of the common questions people who need good Wi-Fi ask is, how good's the Wi-Fi at your place? And now they're going to know without having to ask. And they'll be able to sort and rank by which listings have the fastest.
I wonder who provides the information. The renter?
Yes.
The owners themselves, or these guys do some
The
validation?
host.
The host.
So
Yeah, but
Tyler,
I'm
so Tyler,
questioning whether they'll be truthful or not, and when they measure it, and all this kind of stuff.
I imagine they'll have to submit a screenshot of a speed test or something like that. Go ahead, Vinay.
Yeah, if not, their reviews will be bad.
Tyler, I predict in a year there'll be Starlink and Airbnbs.
Well,
And they're also advertising swimming pools, so we're going to have to measure the bandwidth at the poolside.
Well, I can answer that for you. In my case, I've got 1,000 megabytes per second down and up at the pool. And
so Tyler,
yes.
just tweet it out
and all along the beachfront as well. So go ahead. Sorry to interrupt.
So no worries. The Mi TV Looks, Xiaomi's transparent OLED TV.
Mm-hmm.
I just tweeted out an article that says it's both brilliant and pointless, but the price point is a cool $7,200 USD.
There you go. Thank you for that. So the next big article is another banner quarter for Chromebook shipments grow 75% year over year. Last quarter, Chromebook saw a 275% year over year growth up to 12 million units, which that's okay. The figure isn't quite as unwieldy for Q2, but a 75% year over year growth for Chromebooks as Google goes into hardware. And why does Google want to go into hardware like a notebook? It's a trick question, everybody. It's a trick question. That's right. It's that sweet, juicy data they want to get from your Chromebook. The Navy accuses a sailor of starting one of its worst ship fires outside of combat. The USS Bonhomme Richard burned for more than 4 days and was later scrapped. Estimates to replace it ran up to $4 billion, according to NPR. The amphibious assault ship burned for more than 4 days and was later scrapped, and due to a sailor starting a fire on the boat. Good times. Why Latin America venture capital is breaking records this year? Well, because it started from essentially zero. That's why. The union of talent and money is what startup markets need to thrive, but there are other reasons why Latin American startups are often in the news. And this is from TechCrunch. And indeed, Latin America is about ready to kick off in the same way that India is now raining unicorns. And those unicorns are now racing to the stock markets to do IPOs. And now it's about time for Latin America to join in as well, and Africa kind of simultaneously. And it's a beautiful thing. Two huge markets for investors. It's going to be wildly opportunistic because we already know what solutions they're all going to need for the next 10 years, essentially, with all of the delivery and the groceries and on and on and on and on and on. So it's going to be very interesting times. A lot of easy money.
Tyler, and there's a lot of money that's not going to China that has to go somewhere.
Great point, Vinay. Anyone want to do some ed tech in South America? So we did see a headline that a Colombian delivery system raised $1 billion at a $5 billion valuation recently, just to give you an idea that this is already picking up. So it doesn't surprise me at all that Colombia is the center of it. Colombia is surprisingly advanced, having spent time there, much more so than Americans would ever imagine. And having been all over South America, Colombia really stood out to me as the most developed and kind of advanced. And yeah, so it doesn't surprise me that that's where the tech is going to likely happen from. They also have Santiago, Chile, has the whole Startup Chile system, which I'm honored to have been a part of, help kicking off. But I still think Colombia is going to be the stronger focus for South America.
So Tyler, early this month in the first week of July, I don't know if you guys know, SoftBank announced a $5 billion fund just for Latin America, which is the first one. Well, I mean, first one.
That is the sign that it's time. That's the official. Did you hear that sound? Hold on. Did you hear that sound? That's the sound of Masayoshi-san at SoftBank HQ next to Skija Fish Market at the top of the Conrad Hotel, sending a bat signal out into the world that it's time for Latin America to get into tech. Because when SoftBank launches a $5 billion fund for Latin America, that's all you need to know, that the race has officially begun to fund innovation and startups and entrepreneurs and innovators in Latin America.
Tyler.
Mm-hmm.
Remember when I brought that up probably about a month or so ago, that I asked about the unicorns in Latin America?
Uh-huh.
And you said that it takes the infrastructure to get upgraded for the unicorns to start appearing, because then the structure becomes more stable.
The fintech layer, yeah.
Yeah, and Nilormi just tweeted out, and I retweeted about the fact that LATAM is like the next biggest hotspot that they're seeing. And even after the conversations I've had with the NFT artists from Cuba, and even myself, that I'm engaging to build a DAO with Mexico. So it's a really fascinating time, in my opinion, to be involved in Latin America, because I think that's where the collective consciousness of the people is a lot more. It's also very collective. You know, they really take care of their own. Very similar to like what I love David, but David talks about this. We've spoken about it privately a couple of times, how there's this sort of family collectiveness that you speak about a lot in Thailand as well, that is also very prevalent in Latin America. And you grew up close to Mexico border, California, so you know exactly what I'm talking about, because you grew up with it. And I think now, I agree with what SoftBank's probably doing, is that they're recognizing that it's now time for Latin America to start rising up and shining. And I think that's going to bring some very, very interesting projects forward.
No question.
Yeah. And I'm just reading that as of April 2021, Latin America is home to 16 unicorns. These unicorns were headquartered in Bermuda, Brazil, Colombia, Mexico, and Uruguay, and most were active in the field of finance and insurance.
Yeah, they got to start with the fintechs. And then once the fintech layer is in place, then you can start doing the commerce and layering on everything else, the delivery and all of that. And then the point is that it can be one large market. You know, it's all Spanish speaking, and Brazil's Portuguese, but it's largely one big market, and there's going to be some tremendous, huge companies, you know, unicorn level, that you know, which we already know what they're going to be. You're going to have the delivery system, you know, down there. You're going to have the big e-commerce company and the social commerce company down there, and you're going to have, you know, just like India has in the Paytm of South America, there's going to be a dozen of these mega companies, and the time to pick your horse is now in those races. One, because, you know, they grow exponentially. So, you know, if you get in too late, it's like, then it's very small growth. So all of the fast growth happens initially when they're growing 1,000% per year in the first few years, you know. So
Tyler,
yeah,
just a little bit of a heads up. As you said, the fintech layer, right?
Mm-hmm.
Well, we know you want to do that Jeopardy, which is the top fintech country in Latin America. Anyone want to take not looking at Google?
I would guess Brazil.
Brazil, yeah.
No, both wrong. It's Mexico.
Oh, sorry.
Mexico has the largest fintech market in Latin America,
you know
surpassing
why?
the other big markets.
Because
they have 40 million people.
That too, but it's also because they essentially had to get into digitized because of the Mexicans living abroad who, you know,
correct, the DR and stuff like that,
send the money home, and so it makes a lot of sense that they would get into fintech first. Yeah.
Yeah. Bitso is actually out of Mexico City. Mm-hmm. The one that you spoke of, that's the first Bitcoin exchange in Mexico, which is Bitso. And that was one of them that you talked about yesterday.
Yeah.
Which, you mentioned there were two of them, and Bitso is the other one, and that's from Mexico. And it looks like they've been sort of active in this fintech space heavily since probably around 2011. So it's a very interesting thing to see. And actually, in runner-up is Brazil, third is Colombia.
Okay.
There are a lot of interesting nuances. 20 years ago, I tried to start a startup 2 months before the crash of the .com. There's a lot of nuances back then. The biggest Latino market was LA County, you know. But there are, what'll be interesting, it's going to be fascinating as a market, for market-focused startups, how they get traction and take off. But also kind of reverse, which is the product focus and the consumption of product-focused startups across the rest of the world. That's what's going to be, that's where the unicorns are really going to pop, quite frankly.
Okay, let's get...
2 years ago, when I was in Brazil, there was widespread interest in blockchain technology, especially in Rio. Even the Central Bank of Brazil was very eager to incubate a lot of companies and hold competitions to select winners and so on and so on. So, and of course in Mexico also, at the university level, I had seen quite a bit of interest in Mexico City, at the Tec de Monterrey and such places.
Okay, we ready? Let's get into some cherry-picked headlines here. Right off the top, the era of wacky office perks is dead, like ping pong. Rest in peace, ping pong is the headline. The era of wacky office perks is dead. Young workers don't care about workplace perks like ping pong. Here's what they want instead. A new study finds that workers younger than 35 place more value on respect, that companies should invest more in training managers to communicate respectfully and nurture employee well-being. And Hello Divorce raises $2 million so that couples can say goodbye easier. Divorce is a messy and stressful, made even messier and stressful when a couple is unable to go through the legal process because of the cost. And so Hello Divorce is here to help. And moving right along, Facebook's Ray-Ban smart glasses will likely rely, which are expected by the end of this year, will likely rely on your phone to work. Zuckerberg confirmed that the company's next consumer product will be its Ray-Ban smart glasses for Christmas. And it's probably just a camera in a Ray-Ban pair of glasses, and that feeds into your phone, and that does all of the work, essentially. But that's cool. Probably via Bluetooth. The new funding round, this coming from CNBC, a space startup called Varda, founded by SpaceX and Founder Fund veterans, has new funding round for startup targeting factories in space. Aims to build factories in orbit. That could get around union rules with those Amazon industrial athletes, right? Just put them up in space. Good luck unionizing up in space. So Varda Space Industries, a startup founded less than a year ago by a pair with experience at SpaceX and Founders Fund, now raised $50 million. And the Varda mission is to build the first space factory, essentially the first industrial park in orbit. Varda raised $42 million in a round led by Khosla Ventures and Caffeinated Capital, and joined by investors including Lux Capital, General Catalyst, Founders Fund. Great group of investors, I got to say that. Varda Space Industries, founded a year ago. The Varda mission, build space factory. Yep, we pretty much covered it. Based in Torrance, California, just south of LA. Varda was founded by a couple of dudes, and the pair have assembled a team of 16 from across the aerospace world so far, with several from SpaceX, and expect to grow Varda to a team of more than 40 by this time of its first launch. Manufacturing materials in space is not a novel concept, and the way we judge our success is the frequency of re-entry, because that's the frequency of us bringing value back down to Earth. Oh, they want to make materials there and bring the stuff back. Interesting. So I'm going to tweet this one.
Are those retail Eteorites?
I don't know. Let's tweet this out, and if someone wants to deep dive on that article and mine out the iridium for us, that would be fantastic.
That's one hell of a supply chain.
Yeah. And then the next big article, I tweeted that out, and thank you to who tweeted that in. So the next one is from Kuram, how AI is revealing the secrets of Iran's nascent centrifuge factory. Oh boy. As Iran is now, it's being said in the news lately that Iran's making progress in enriching uranium and whatnot, to the unbelievable loss of sleep happening amongst Israelis. The satellite can directly observe the underground facility. So it's an underground facility which satellites can't detect, can't directly observe the underground facility, but analysis of its surroundings yields a progress report. And you can see the photos starting in August of 2020 up until February of 2021, and you can see the development photo by photo each month. of the Iran's nascent centrifuge factory. to enrich uranium to make, as they say, what are they saying? It's for a nuclear power facility, right? That's what they say. That's the rumor. So, yeah, a whole lot of photos, satellite photos of Iran. Let's see here. The researchers determined that Iranians began constructing on the new site last year, around August 30th, and they observed a 9-fold increase in vehicles at the site over the next 3 months, indicating a significant growth in activity. The paper describes the essential role that artificial intelligence played in the analysis. They used object detection algorithms, counted vehicles in 84 satellite images, blah, 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 blah. And yeah, I mean, they're just watching everything that Iran's doing from satellites, and they're concluding that it's a centrifuge factory to enrich uranium. Again, to make a power plant, of course, right? That's what we're hoping. Let's hope so. So, thank you for that one, Karam. Any comment on that one, Karam? Karam still with us? He shared the article and he bounced. Okay, so the Pegasus revelations cast doubt on the health of the Indian democracy, according to The Economist, and I think they know that. Samoa's new leader confirms that they are scrapping China's funded port, a part of the Belt and Road Initiative, no doubt. And that's really interesting. You don't typically see headlines like that. And it certainly something to keep note of. It will be interesting to see if the Belt and Road Initiative continues to make the progress that it has over the past few years. Now that the economic landscape is changing quite dramatically between the U.S. and China. So maybe not a coincidence. And then this one from South China Morning Post saying that Goldman Sachs is heavily backing a record rush into data centers in China, because that data's got to go somewhere, and logistics as well. Makes sense. And then this is a really interesting one that Vinay sent in from a Chinese publication called Global Times, that says the number of Chinese students studying in the U.S. may hit a turning point due to COVID-19 worsening bilateral ties, and that the decoupling also one of the effects also of kind of the additional friction is going to lead to a notable downtick in Chinese international students at U.S. universities. Yeah. Recently, several parents told me that their agencies had closed. Some said the agency service became worse due to layoffs. Oh, so yeah, COVID is affecting the whole machinery behind the Chinese students going to the U.S. universities. And
but Tyler, to add to that, a lot of the Chinese doctoral students who go to the U.S. to study were very often funded by research institutions in China, which were government backed. And when Trump was around, he put a lot of pressure on the university to stop taking them in from an IP protection piece. There's the similar thing happening in Australia. So access to those research universities by Chinese students, I don't know if Biden may continue that limited access piece.
Right. Okay. And let me tweet that one out. There, I just did. For those who want to read that one, thank you, Vinay. And Mahogany just sent in one that from the Washington Post that China built the world's largest facial recognition system called SenseTime. Anyone who's ever worked anywhere in the region of China knows that. And now it's getting camera shy. Authorities are putting the freewheeling industry on notice amid a broad crackdown on big tech, which is interesting because SenseTime is widely used by the state pretty much everywhere. And SenseTime is an absolute juggernaut of a company based out of Shenzhen and very active in Hong Kong. And anyway, it's an interesting article from the Washington Post that I just retweeted. Thank you for that one, Mahogany. So apparently they want to crack down on SenseTime about the data they're collecting, which the government's the biggest customer of SenseTime. Maybe they'll be the exclusive customer of SenseTime. Maybe that would be the solution. And then Edwin just sent in one about European EV charging network called Allegro. It's like the Tesla charging network for the Tesla cars, but for all the non-Teslas in Europe. And Allegro is to go public via SPAC merger. And went the SPAC route to become one of the first unicorns in charging and valued at $3.1 billion. And then kind of bad news for them, Elon just announced that any car can charge on the Tesla network now if they download the Tesla app. So that's a bit of a blow, but no doubt they'll still be needed. More options, the better, to charge electric vehicles all over Europe and all over the world. French agency confirms Pegasus hack. First government agency to do so is the headline from Vinay. Thank you for this. NDTV.com. France's National Cybersecurity Agency, the ANSSI, has confirmed the presence of Pegasus spyware on the phones of two journalists from the country's largest outlets, and that's the first confirmation of a Pegasus being employed on journalists in France. And the question is, who did it? I love this next one. Washington Post. Thank you for this, Mahogany. Net for Cuba. U.S. to study internet access for Cubans. Biden will meet on Friday with Cuban American leaders to discuss the recent social protests in Cuba, the possibility of new sanctions on its government, and options for providing internet access to the island's population, which is ridiculously slow and ridiculously expensive, like insanely expensive from a Cuban's perspective, like truly horrifically expensive and ridiculously slow. And that could be super, super interesting. And that's a really interesting move. Here's why. Because America says, and has always said since they initiated the sanctions back in, 58 or 59, that the sanctions are meant to kind of impede the Castro brothers, Raul and Fidel, who are the quote unquote dictators of Cuba. So, but the people of Cuba suffer greatly under this blockade, as they call it, and but giving internet would, of course, benefit the people, but also possibly the government doesn't want the people to have internet because they shut the internet down during the recent protests. So America can show that they're a friend of the people, but not the regime, by giving internet. So it's a quite interesting maneuver on the chessboard. Indeed.
But yeah. Tyler, can't they still interfere with that access?
Say again? The government?
Yeah.
Good question. I don't know. It depends how it's deployed.
I mean, this is not too different from Voice of America signals being when VOA tried to do this in various countries that were against their people or whatever, right?
I mean, you could float, big balloons high above the clouds that could provide some connectivity. China reportedly just had airplanes circling over parts of China that went out, and the Cubans wouldn't be able to do much about that. You might have ships off the coast that, can provide connectivity somehow. I'm not sure how they're planning to do it in a way that the government, wouldn't stop it. But you're right. Generally, yeah, of course, the government, if you do any kind of conventional system, the government, of course, could rip it out. It will be interesting to see how they plan to do it. So the next one is that nightclubs in the UK start asking for NHS COVID passes, and it comes as the Lib Dems demand MPs debate their use in England amid concerns over discrimination. From the BBC, nightclubs start asking for COVID passes in England. And an investigation into how TikTok's algorithm figures out your deepest desires. Maybe your microphone, perhaps. A Wall Street Journal investigation found that TikTok only needs one important piece of information to figure out what you really want. the amount of time you linger in TikTok and the content you look at. And just tweeted that out. And the Wall Street Journal also reporting on a novel material that's shrinking phone chargers, thank God. Powering up electric phones is a new material called gallium. Once an industrial waste product is transforming our increasingly electrified world, as gallium is a weird metal that melts in your hand and is powering a revolution of electronics. And thank you for that, Poppy. And then we covered China's robot fever. And somebody just DM'd this one about the Security Commission of Malaysia takes enforcement actions on Binance for illegally operating in Malaysia. So we can now officially add Malaysia to the ever-growing list of countries every week, at least once a week, more like 2-3 times a week. A new country is pushing hard against Binance, and now Malaysia, you can add to that incredibly long laundry list of countries. And Northrop Grumman lifts outlook as countries ramp up space exploration, as they provide a lot of the necessary technology and equipment and resources to get to space. Ford has created a fragrance designed to smell like gasoline. Oh, good times, because everyone
popular in Detroit.
Say again. Popular in Detroit.
Popular in Detroit.
Yeah, indeed. And what else do we got here? Binance banned in Malaysia, given a 14-day notice to shut down operations. There it is. Ghana's.
I'm curious to find out the percentage of Binance customers. I think majority of them are Chinese.
Okay. Ghana's vice president declares Africa should embrace digital currencies. Africa is increasingly embracing digital currencies for cross-border payments, and we've certainly seen those headlines. Foreign funds now own 81% of all shares listed on the Moscow exchange. Wow, that's a problem. This is not a cat. These feline beauties were created entirely by an algorithm, and you have to see these to believe these. You would bet everything you own that this is an actual cat, but it's not. It's made by an algorithm, and that's how you know these deepfakes are going to be a big problem in the very near future. And culture as a service could be the next big thing in the workplace. When Microsoft unveiled its new Viva platform earlier this year, it was sizing up a $300 billion market for employee communications. And culture as a service is going to be the hot big buzzword at the end of the year. The war has changed. Internal CDC document urges new messaging, warns Delta infections likely more severe. You know, kind of like I've been ranting about every day for the past 6 weeks or so. Saudi Arabia plans a $15 billion technology fund with private investors. Investments in the fourth industrial technology to reach $200 billion. Saudi Arabia is not at all shy about investing in tech, as SoftBank well knows, because SoftBank's first big vision fund was essentially the Saudi money from MBS. And they did very well with that. So they're doubling and tripling and quadrupling and 10xing. And now they've got these massive $200 billion funds to go into tech. And I don't blame them. If it's if when you're a state and you have a lot of influence and a lot of money, it's easy pickings. Massachusetts reports 1,200 new COVID breakthrough cases in vaccinated individuals. Oh boy, we have a whole new metric to track: vaccinated people with COVID. Abu Dhabi ranks among the top 3 fastest 5G capitals in the world. China's tech stocks suffer worst month since the global financial crisis. According to the Financial Times, investors shun New York-listed internet groups and shift to mainland equity markets. Google becomes latest tech firm to delay reopening as Delta variant spreads. And the company also announced a vaccine mandate for employees returning in person mid-October. And Cal, what's this one about China has set parameters for facial recognition? Oh, it's an update on that story. Supreme Court decided technology okay for public security, health, and interest, otherwise must be controlled for private use. people made aware, give consent if business wants to use biometrics or so private companies need to get permission, but the government doesn't for public security. And similar to a cartoon I saw yesterday from Dr. Fran about how the government, has surveillance everywhere in the US or in the UK. And they say, if you have nothing to worry about, if you have nothing to hide, you have nothing to worry about. And
Tyler, I need to go back. A very important question. You talked about the U.S. Supreme Court came up with a ruling just now that private companies need permission to use.
China.
China. That's what I thought. The whole concept of China and the Supreme Court,
kind of threw you for a loop. I got you.
Yes.
Does this mean that on paper China has more laws around facial recognition than USA does at this exact moment?
Well, the rules are that the state can have them, but companies need to get permission from citizens. And the kind of irony of that is similar in the West, where this cartoon that Dr. Fran tweeted and I retweeted in the Tech News Twitter account like 10 hours ago, where it's Uncle Sam talking to a U.S. citizen, and Uncle Sam is installing cameras everywhere, and he's telling the citizen, if you have nothing to hide, you have nothing to worry about or nothing to be afraid of. And the citizen says, I agree 100%. And that's why I'm releasing all of these WikiLeaks cables that I found. And then Uncle Sam, grabs a gun and starts aiming at his head because, if you have nothing to hide, you have nothing to worry about. But it goes both ways. And Uncle Sam doesn't like it when he has something to hide. As Julian Assange and Edward Snowden know very, very well. So it's you who should have nothing to worry about and so the interesting point there, Germany to allow institutional funds to hold up to 20% in crypto. China's tech future depends on children and surveillance is this headline. If the children of China face a prosperous future, it's probably down to their country's bountiful tech industry. And it's an interesting one that I just retweeted. TSMC reports gas contamination at a key chip plant with all kinds of supplies. From Cheryl, TSMC does not expect the incident to have significant impact on operations. And Taiwan's newest train for East Coast service arrives from Japan, Hitachi, to start service by the end of the year following electrification of round the island rail network later this year.
Chris, are you jealous, Chris?
All that electrification.
NetEase music app gets exchange approval for Hong Kong IPO. Venture capital firms turn to India with China's tech crackdown, according to Bloomberg. And that's, of course, India couldn't be happier now that all of that big investor money's turning away from China and focusing on India, as predicted. And Biden picks Kaplan to fill a long vacant Singapore ambassador post. As Cheryl hinted yesterday, President Joe Biden has selected tech entrepreneur Jonathan Kaplan to be the next U.S. ambassador to Singapore. Buy now, pay later installment plans are having a moment again. According to Bloomberg, fintech companies have brought back an old-fashioned way of lending. Have you guys heard of this? This buy now, pay later? Sounds familiar. And now even Apple and Goldman are getting in on the game, as we've talked about every day for the past 4 months. And now Bloomberg just figured it out, and they're letting your cousins and coworkers know about it. PayPal faces SEC probe of fees paid to bank behind debit cards. PayPal holdings dropped after it said it's facing probes from both the U.S. SEC and the consumer agencies. And Tiger Global's 20-year run in China hits snag on crackdowns. Indeed, Tiger Global is one of the biggest investors there, with $8.6 billion invested, followed by Baker Brothers, D. Shaw, Renaissance, Millennium, Citadel, DI, Coteau, AQR, and Yinghang. And Tiger's double the Baker Brothers in second place and triple D. Shaw. So Tiger's quite handedly the big investor in China. But that's likely coming to a very quick end. And ByteDance founder Zhang Yiming exits from 3 corporate roles to focus on finger painting. I may have added those last 2 words, but South China Morning Post reporting that the ByteDance TikTok founder relinquished his role at 3 affiliated companies months after announcing he would step down as the chief of ByteDance and TikTok. To lay low, as they say, like his friend Jack Ma. Maybe so they can do some fantastic finger paintings together. 4 hands are better than 2, you know what I mean? So, booming e-commerce fuels Colombia's first IPO in almost a decade. There it is. E-commerce creates Colombia's first IPO in almost a decade. Told you so. I told you about 20 minutes ago. Latin America's pandemic-fueled boom in online shopping is paving the way for its first IPO on Colombia's stock market. Congrats to them. Amazon given record $888 million EU fine for data privacy breach of the GDPR rules there. Bezos, that's a big fine. India said to probe Binance in betting app laundering probe, as if Binance didn't have enough problems already. And
their legal team must be absolutely spectacular. I mean, just thinking about like how many different countries are engaged in jurisdictions and the complexity. And I mean, some of these things actually face jail time in some of these regions. So, I mean, they've got to have one hell of a legal team.
Or a very fast boat. Which is what he has. He doesn't have a legal team. He has a boat. And that's why he's looking for a replacement to run the company, he says yesterday. Maybe because about 30 countries are coming for your ass. Yeah. Well, I guess that's one way to do
Tyler,
it, is to get a...
Yeah. Are you speaking of Binance?
Yeah.
The CEO of Binance. There's an interesting story that came out a week ago, which is interesting, or 2 weeks ago actually, that was really sort of creepy. There is a woman who was the CEO of Binance US, and she has since disappeared. She was very active in Twitter and in the crypto space, and it's very interesting that CZ Binance brought on another CEO without he already had a CEO for the US, and it was a woman, and she's gone off the radar, and everyone's now trying to obviously speculate what's happened to her and whether or not she's going to bring charges against how they removed her, and they removed her without her really knowing. And they replaced her with a new CEO. So it's a very interesting dynamic. I'll send it. I'll post the article. It's from Decrypt. It was back from April when it all started, but she hasn't been seen or heard from since. And she was super active on Twitter. So there's a lot of there's some grumblings going on now as to.
Tyler, there's a related
I got it,
from
Cheryl.
Binance from Nikkei Asia. Got it? Great.
Yeah, it says from Nikkei Asia, crypto exchange Binance bows to pressure for physical headquarters. CEO Zhao, or CZ as he's known in the biz, vows to run most heavily regulated cryptocurrency. Oh, get out of here with this nonsense! Are you kidding me? So CZ is just gallivanting all over the place, running it like it's a one-person startup, and is now bowing to. The headline is Binance bows to pressure for physical headquarters. And he's now claiming he vows to run the most heavily regulated cryptocurrency company in the world after basically not even bothering to respond to emails from dozens of countries over the past month, where they're all...
I guess he will do it in Singapore.
Binance, the world's largest cryptocurrency exchange by trading volumes, looking to set up a physical headquarters, which they don't have. They don't have an office anywhere. That tells you a lot of what you need to know about how Binance is operating.
Tyler?
Yes.
I just tweeted that about her, but I also wanted to just add a bit to this context as well. It was Sam from FTX that also distanced himself from CZ Binance a while ago, and he definitely, he was very diplomatic in his response, but in essence he was saying that they were not agreeing with how things would go forward, because obviously Sam will cooperate with regulations, of course, right? Because he's got FTX. And he's really
because he has actual investors that won't
exactly.
won't let him do otherwise.
But he also has a massive project. I mean, he's doing some really interesting stuff.
It's not that.
And of course,
it's that he's got actual investors and he can't fuck around with regulators.
Correct,
when you have real investors.
Because he's going to provide returns, obviously,
right?
And that has to be organized.
Right. CZ's running it like a kid in a garage.
Crazy. You pretty much have known what now you're seeing what all the cryptosphere has kind of been talking about, Professor X.
No, this has not been a mystery. So the next interesting headlines at this very moment, Bloomberg has an article, and the headline is Amazon has 1.55 trillion reasons to start accepting crypto, referring to the fact that they have $1.5 trillion in is their market cap. And indeed, it would be interesting if they accepted crypto, but it's highly unlikely to be Bitcoin. I imagine it would be really amazing to see if they make their own kind of coin. Or it's going to be really interesting to see what they do in any case. Over 100 Nobel laureates. Oh my God, that this is a huge headline from Taiwan I'm about to read.
Pure science here.
Yeah, no, yeah, exactly. When you get 100 Nobel laureates, you're talking 100 of the smartest humans on the planet. That's just absorb that fact.
Or at least the most accredited.
Sure. So, 100 Nobel laureates condemn China for bullying the Dalai Lama. Nobel winners react to Chinese interference in April's Nobel Prize summit. This from Taiwan News. The more than 100 Nobel laureates on Wednesday jointly condemned China for its attempt to prevent the Dalai Lama and fellow Nobel laureate Li Yuan-tesh of Taiwan from addressing the Nobel Prize summit in April. The South China Morning Post reported that over 100 Nobel Prize laureates had jointly issued a statement online saying they were very concerned about a series of incidents leading up to and during the Nobel Prize summit. The co-signers of the statement include Nobel Prize winners from many fields, including economist Joseph Stiglitz, South African novelist J.M. Coetzee, and Nigerian playwright Wole Soyinka. According to the statement, China's then ambassador to the U.S., Kui Tiankai, repeatedly asked summit organizers to remove the Dalai Lama, who is a Nobel Prize laureate, and Nobel Chemistry Prize laureate Li from the list of those who would address the summit. Held April 26 and 28, the spokesperson for the U.S. National Academy of Sciences, who co-organized the summit of the Nobel Foundation, confirmed that the Chinese embassy had called the National Academy of Sciences personnel in March and April to request the removal of the two from the speakers list and sent a follow-up email just before the event. The spokesperson said the organizers categorically rejected the request from the embassy. The statement also pointed out that two cyber attacks had occurred during the summit. The first, on the 26th, interrupted image transmissions, while the second interfered with the operations of the whole platform the following day because they were live streaming it. So somebody hacked the streaming of the Nobel Prize summit that featured two people that China very adamantly didn't want to appear. Anyone have any guesses?
Well, Tyler, when you first mentioned that, that's what the first thing I did is quickly check that there's only been 13 Nobel Prize winners from China, and none of them have been scientists, and the Chinese government's probably pissed at the Nobel association. So
it goes back further than that. They, like just 2 or 3 years ago, they were like they nominated like someone from Hong Kong, and then like China literally tried to sanction. Like they summoned like the diplomat for like Norway and said like, "What's up with this?" And they're like, "Well, they're kind of independent from us," but they're like, "No, that's a thing." So having 100 of them do that like as an FU, like this has been ramping up for a little while.
I have the details on that second one. You're close. The Nobel Foundation's out of Stockholm and run by a friend of mine. And most Swedes are friends with the Nobel Foundation who live in Stockholm. They're on Humlegården, right next to Stureplan in the middle of Stockholm. And they have a museum in Gamla stan, right in the center of Old Town, Stockholm. Beautiful museum. Do check it out if you're ever in Stockholm. I'll be happy to join you there. And if you want to have lunch at their offices, they have one of the most beautiful buildings in central Stockholm. And it's a really cool operation. And they just want to give awards, which are very valuable to the best minds around the planet each year, as was the will of Alfred Nobel in his dying wish that his life's earnings be used in that way. And they delegate out the selection of the different prizes to different committees. They let the Norway give away the Nobel Peace Prize. They let the Academy in Stockholm give away the Literature Prize. And then, there's different organizations that are responsible for each prize. What you're referring to is a literary prize that was given to a Hong Kong, Chinese, Hong Kong, Swedish author. And they gave him the prize, and China said, no, you can't give him the prize because that book doesn't exist, and he doesn't exist. We don't want people to know he exists. We don't want people to know the book exists. And so the ambassador to Stockholm, the Chinese ambassador to Stockholm, who's a real character, who I've had personal dealings with because I had the Hong Kong protest organizers speak at my event in Stockholm, and he contacted me and said, you cannot have these individuals as speakers at your event. And he promised to make a whole bunch of trouble, and I contacted the Swedish government, who I work for, and I said, what do we want to do about this? And they said, never mind him, just keep going. And I did, and we had the Hong Kong protesters, kind of say their piece on stage, and I invited the ambassador to join them on stage or send anyone else on their behalf, and they didn't. And anyway, he's an incredibly threatening individual. He claims all kinds of crazy, very wild claims about how he's going to damage you and your life and your reputation. And that happened also with the Hong Kong journalist, when the Stockholm gave away a literary prize to that Hong Kong Swedish journalist.
May I chime in, Tyler?
Yeah, go ahead, David. Welcome back.
Thanks. So I think to Ken's point earlier, there are actually several physics and chemistry related Nobel Prizes handed to those of Chinese origin. It's just most of them have become naturalized US or European citizens. One of the most famous is Yang Chengning. And he actually mentored several Chinese American researchers that have won the Franklin Medal and all of that.
David, I didn't mean to imply a Chinese ethnicity. I meant people of the PRC. That's
right. So he was born and raised and educated in the PRC. It's just that after he went to you have to realize during the Cultural Revolution and all of that, it cleaned up a lot of the ability to do scientific research. So a lot of them ended up having to travel outside of China to pursue extensive research overseas. But I guess the more interesting thing to point out is a lot of them have benefited from going back to China and being sort of put up on this pedestal and praised and lauded and all of that. And then the one that Tyler mentioned earlier is Liu Xiaobo, right? So yep. I think the handling of him was definitely very, very heavy-handed. He's quite a well-celebrated character in the West, and definitely I think because of this whole wolf warrior diplomacy that's really become mainstream in China. Every diplomat is sort of drumming up his chest and then trying to sing to the tune of the latest flavor of the day. So I think that was just a very botched attempt, unfortunately. But I think there's a very bifurcated attitude in China. While the physics and chemistry awards are still seen as the highest praises you can get in scientific research, the Chinese are now sort of shunning away from both the peace and literary prizes.
Okay.
In fact, to add to what David said, as the World is Flat book described, there was a time, maybe a decade and a half ago, when China became very serious about wanting to attract back people. So one of the Nobel laureates, if my memory is right, from Yale in the pure sciences, went back, and also the only person of Chinese origin to have won the Turing Award, Andy Yao, he also went back. And then a few years ago, they both chose to give up their US citizenship and become Chinese citizens, and it was celebrated in a mega way by the Chinese media to say that, look, these guys have even given up their US citizenship because China doesn't allow dual citizenship, just like India doesn't.
Mohan, you're definitely correct. Yeah. One of them is quite an interesting character. He, when he was 82, he married his 28-year-old research assistant.
Wow.
Okay.
And Andy always now that's where he went to begin with, at Tsinghua University. I think the other person might also be there. I'm not 100% sure, the pure science person.
Okay, you want me to do some headlines here real quick? The Dr. Scott Gottlieb, according to CNBC, estimates up to 1 million Americans infected with COVID daily. I wouldn't be surprised if, on the whole, we're infecting up to 1 million people.
What was the number?
1 million
1 million.
per day.
He said on CNBC. He said on CNBC for us that there's 10 times more than is being reported. He thinks behind the scenes.
Specifically,
So,
Cal, just to add to what you're saying, he's specifically referring to breakthrough infections being underreported. And that's something that across the board we've seen. This is a big issue that because it's so, if you're vaccinated and you get a light cold, many people aren't going and getting tested. And so out in the community, there's some prevalence work where they randomly started sampling and they saw much higher numbers than what are being reported.
Yeah,
Dr. Danish,
report is
would you
factual.
suggest if we do have a light cold, we get tested, or just what's your advice for?
Absolutely.
Okay.
And before you get tested, mask up. Dr. Gottlieb is very, very spot on with almost all of his predictions and projections. This is more likely fact than hyperbole.
Okay, thanks for that. The COVID effect didn't last. Earth Overshoot Day, the day humanity exceeds its yearly allotment of the planet's biological assets, is nearly back to its record high. What can be done to ease the burden? This is from Deutsche Welle, DW.com. The COVID effect didn't last, meaning, we're back to, it's called this thing called Earth Overshoot Day, which is the day that humanity exceeds its yearly allotment of the planet's biological assets.
It's kind of like over creativity, overpopulation. Come to the post-scarcity room sometime if you want to hear why carrying capacity is kind of a made-up concept, and there's plenty of other ways around it. Anyways, we'll plug.
Amazon posts third $100 billion quarter in a row. And what else do we got? China's tech crackdown could backfire badly, according to the Wall Street Journal. When a government comes to believe it can snap its fingers and create or destroy whole industries at will, things can easily go awry, according to the Wall Street Journal. Athletics, Ethiopian upsets Cheptegei to win the shock 10,000 meter race just a minute ago. And League of Legends maker Riot Games to double down in China. The U.S. headquartered game maker announced a new studio in Shanghai on Friday with a focus on developing new games based in China. And Riot Games is absolutely huge, one of the big players in video games. Apple brings free producer packs into GarageBand with Mark Ronson and Oakfelder, Boys Noise, and more. So now kind of notable musicians are starting to add stems and such into GarageBand. That's kind of cool. CDC internal reports calls Delta as contagious as chickenpox, as everybody says. This one from Dr. Danish, that Delta is almost as contagious as chickenpox. Vaxxed people with breakthrough infections transmit disease just like unvaxxed people. And
just a quick little thing on
ahead.
Wikipedia. You can actually see a map of a list of like all these different diseases with the infection rate of this one transmits to 3 people on average, 4 people on average. like we're getting near the very top of known diseases according to the known list with things of like here's the ones that we know of. So I mean, and this is just with Delta. If it keeps mutating, we're in some deep shit here.
And we talked about GoPuff confirms new $1 billion. Oh no, we talked about GoPuff. There was a headline about GoPuff a couple hours ago taking over and becoming a big player in the kind of delivery, kind of like everything you need from 7-Eleven delivered to your house in 20 minutes. And now GoPuff confirms $1 billion cash injection at a $15 billion valuation to expand. The startup that helped kickstart a new category of food delivery in the U.S., instant delivery of essential groceries. It's like a 10-minute delivery thing. And Tokyo Olympic medals were made from 78,985 tons of recycled electronic devices, including cell phones. That's some junk knowledge you didn't need to know. And then what's this one from The Guardian, Evan? I'm sorry, Dave. I'm afraid I invented that. Court in Australia finds AI system can be recognized under patent law. Right? Federal court judge says allowing artificial intelligence systems as well as humans to be inventors is consistent with patent law.
So two fun things on this. So there was an experiment where they basically had an AI come up with every single combination of musical copyrightable stems in the world, and then tried to basically put them all into the public domain as like just to make it as a thing. Combine that with essentially GPT-3, you can feed it patents and it will make up fake patents as a go. There's this hilarious possibility here of just flooding the patent offices.
And to Chris's point here, the thing that's more concerning than anything else is not just that you can't, that can be a patent holder. It's the disclosure part that Chris just referred to. So if you're using AI to literally put out on the internet different ideas using GPT-3 or whatever, or even feeding it old patents, like Chris was saying, all of these new things that are happening, they're not happening in a vacuum. You're always citing other patents. And so the concern would be that if you do a full disclosure online, now there's prior art that actually allows you not to be able to submit a new patent. This kind of stuff could potentially affect the whole patent system just incredibly around the world. And disclosure is something that scares me more than AI being patented as the author, because somebody actually has to file the patents, right? But the bigger thing is, like, if this is disclosed, then nobody can patent it. So if you have an idea, you can't protect it, and maybe it calls into question the whole system. But to Chris's point, that's really concerning.
Okay, David, are you still with us?
Yep, I'm here.
There's a headline in the Yahoo Finance, and the headline is China's big tech crackdown is about protecting the Communist Party. That's the whole headline. And let me just read the first paragraph, because I would love for you to address this one. China is relentlessly cracking down on tech giants ranging from ride-sharing app Didi to internet giant Tencent and Alibaba affiliate and financial group. Along the way, billions of dollars have been washed away as Chinese stocks tank amid concerns that what were once easy growth opportunities are now high-risk bets. The swift crackdown follows a meteoric growth of China's big tech companies as leaders who don't always toe the party line, like in China's tech giants, also comes after the U.S. passed a law that bars foreign companies from trading on U.S. exchanges unless they surrender to audits. That law, the Holding Foreign Companies Accountable Act, could stroke the Chinese government's fears that data on its citizens could end up in the hands of its biggest political rival. Even though President Xi has said that he aspires to have globally successful companies operating abroad, I think that there are real challenges for regime security, explained Jessica Brandt, a fellow at the Brookings Institution, and that means that the party is likely over for Alibaba, Tencent, Didi, the shopping platform Meituan, and any other tech companies that threaten the Communist Party's authority. And then it says, China, the very next sentence is a new paragraph. Chinese Communist Party is dedicated to control, whether that's through state media, the Great Firewall that blocks out huge swaths of the internet, or restrictions on free speech. China's big tech companies have to abide by the same set of rules, but they've grown in size and wealth. They've created new challenges to the government's authority. There you go. It's a new way to get you to reiterate what you said when we met last time, because it seems like there's a fundamental misunderstanding from people in the West as to what's actually happening on the ground.
Yeah, I mean, just to give you guys an example, if you all remember, in the second half of 2015, there was a major stock market, I don't want to say crash, but certainly a very big correction in 2015. So that...
But that was following a huge ramp up, though, by the way, yeah?
Sure.
Like it got crazy, bubbly, like hot, and then it couldn't have maintained that level of hotness, so it needed a correction, one would say.
Agreed. But the more interesting thing to take a look at is that came all after the Shanghai-Hong Kong or Hong Kong-Shanghai Connect, which meant you could purchase shares in China and then exited in Hong Kong. So, I mean, all of this policy, when instituted at the time, was to create greater freedom of cross-border investment and trading, and then promote more Chinese investment going overseas, and obviously more qualified overseas investors investing into China. Unfortunately, it became a hotbed for unintended activities, which was one strong political faction who had great influence and clout over a lot of state funds, started massively investing into the markets, and that's why the prices were propped up the way it was earlier in the year. And then their major goal was to get money offshore. So the way they did it was taking advantage of the Hong Kong Shanghai Connect that just was recently introduced, and then exiting all of that money through Hong Kong. So all of the sort of retail investors who saw this opportunity jumped on the bandwagon, not realizing the real intention of why so much institutional money was propping up Chinese shares.
Got it.
So I think for someone like Xi, when he sees this, it's like, every time I institute a new policy that's supposed to serve a greater good, vested interest parties will take advantage of it and then screw me over and screw the system over. So I think more and more, obviously, I think, I think I've iterated this point to you on many occasions. I do think a lot of the measures are perhaps too heavy-handed, but I understand where he's coming from, because time and time again, he has been facing all of these different opposing factions within the country that have been acting in a way that's just not ideal, I guess, for both the masters and for him. And Alibaba is another prime example, right? They were granted a concessionary license to operate in the space they operate in under the two president performers administration. And it's grown into this behemoth that it's not really just only a payment platform, right? It's probably the biggest, it's one of the biggest lenders and one of the biggest financial conglomerates, because every time it's holding money in escrow, because when you buy stuff off of Alibaba and Taobao, it acts as an escrow agent, right? So you have to pay as the consumer once you buy, but the vendor doesn't receive the payment until you, the consumer, confirms that the product has arrived and the product is good. So all of that in between time, they basically have a massive treasury which they take full advantage of and create lending and investment products off of. So it's bigger than any Chinese state bank, and it makes sense because of all the sort of malpractices I told you about yesterday, right? How they're almost sort of trapping consumers to lend from their platform. It makes sense why regulators have to step in, albeit at times from a Western perspective, it's very heavy-handed.
So what about this article you just tweeted out from South China Morning Post? China to strike hard on 4 sectors in organized crime crackdown. telecoms, resources, transport, and transportation over the next 12 months?
Well, I think you asked what are the sectors to short.
Yes.
Yeah. So obviously, these four sectors are probably seen as the biggest threat to stability, especially threat to the regime trying to extend their term limits come 20th Party Congress, right? Because these are basically what holds all of the logistics. And remember, China still is an export-heavy economy. And then also all of the information passed through. So these sectors that I think, based on reading between the lines here, is what the party feels like they still don't have total grasp over. And then obviously the rhetoric for the past couple of years has been lumping all of these non-cooperative parties as organized crime. It's become part of the rhetoric, right? So there are people who, I don't know, small-time smugglers who then get charged with organized crime charges. This is just to give you a very heavy-handed punishment to really discourage people from not towing the line.
Mm-hmm. So it's a preparation for the major Congress in a way?
I think so. It's preparation to give Xi and his allies more control, so they have a better chance of holding leverage over those who would oppose them, right? Because for the next 12 to 18 months, there will be intense horse trading behind the scenes for those positions. And more and more sort of arrests, takedowns, and everything that would sort of raise eyebrows in the West, I think, will be manifested out of this horse trading and competition for those Politburo and Politburo Standing Committee seats come next year.
Okay. We've got another 2 hours of tweets to go, but we're going to pause and then we'll do a special Saturday edition about 20 hours from now. So hopefully that works for everybody. And a huge thank you to David for giving us the cultural context.
David, round of applause for David.
Yeah.
Honestly,
you, David.
you give us such
David.
a depth, such a lot of depth on China. Thank you.
Yep, there it is. Awesome. And we will meet again in about 20 hours. Have a wonderful weekend. And hopefully
Thanks, Tyler.
Have a great Friday. News around the world in 12 hours time.
Okay.
Oh, yes. We as part of this club, Monica's doing FinTech room.